Hello, hello, hello. It's time. Finally, it's time for us to wrap up this game, to wrap up this story, to finally see the true ending of Library of Ruina. It's Limbus time, baby! But first, we have a couple of really tough fights ahead of us. It's going to be quite the couple of battles. But I think we can do it. So then, without further ado, let us hop into it. Ta-da! Maybe. There it is. Yep, there it goes. Oh, I'm so excited. This was supposed to get done yesterday, but our internet went out. And not just that, we're having struggles with power as well. Nothing quite like cooking dinner and then having your lights flicker and your friggin' appliances go, ooh, am I going to work or not? So that was fun yesterday. But apparently I've been told that I didn't miss out on much because apparently the Limbus servers crashed. Alongside my internet, apparently the server is also distorted. So I heard I didn't miss out on much besides just doing, you know, first polls with the rest of the world, which is fine. Do my first polls later. But first, we have some distortions to fight. Not that I want to. Really wish these guys just, like, didn't come back. But I guess we'll deal with it. Here we go. Hello, goodbye. Okay, so, first things first. We're getting rid of Bremen. I think Bremen's going to be one of the big ones that we just need to get rid of. Once Bremen is done, then we can deal with Philip. Aileen and Greta are fairly simple to deal with. Greta we can almost just ignore completely. And Aileen, it's only going to take one decent hitting page, like decently hard hitting page. So someone like Netzach here with Singular Strike and stuff can deal with Aileen pretty darn easily. Greta, of course, is using a lot of blunt and slash. Just blunt and slash. Which, for a lot of our crew, is endured either on one side or the other. So we can just kind of base tank that for a while. So then, Bremen, Philip, and then we'll decide where to go from there. Once we get rid of those two, it should be fairly simple on past that point. So, okay, here we go. I thought it was gonna go. I thought it was gonna load. There it goes. And there we go. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do something real quick. I'm going to disable preview. That improves my frame rate. It does not appear to have helped. At all. Never mind then. Oh well, that's fine. We'll deal with it. Okay. First things first, we gotta take care of the most dangerous cards, and everything else can just be used to pile on Bremen. Wound of Sorrow is gonna be one of those. Fortunately, Wound of Sorrow is ranged. Distorted Courage will be rough. Please tell me, yes, you actually have some economy in your hand now. Okay, that's more what we wanted to see. I could go with Ready Position technically, but I don't think that's a good idea, as we do still have 5 dice to deal with. So let's make sure that we can deal with everything else. Do we have anything that's going to hit for 3? We do have Chiwen. Do we have anything super big here? I mean, we have Will of the City, but I don't know if that's enough to deal with Restraint. Or Restrain. I could technically go with one of these range things. Focus Fire does allow me to go and hit pretty hard with that first one. Shock Round actually doesn't hit too hard. Isn't too bad with that second one either. Unfortunately, they're both still low enough that I don't trust it. Let's see, so we can get dice power +2, 3, with strengthened, but it's not singular strike, so we'd only get +3. That makes that a 6-9, which is nice for the first one, but not so great for the second one, because that turns it into a 4-7, which is quite a bit lower. We have some hard-hitting stuff, but that's not exactly what we want here. Shame it's on hit, not on clash. I'd gladly go and tank that if it was just clash. Let's try and think about how we can do that. No one here has trigrams, right? Yeah. I can hit you with that. And then this would hurt. I guess we'd also have to deal with the on clash wind thing. Oh, perfect. We can just go with this. This will work fine. Or we actually don't even have... Yeah, I still want to use it because light restoration. We still want to do that. Steven, who's next? Okay, that's all on Clash Wind, so we can ignore that for now, for the most part. It would be nice to go and not take some of that damage. Unfortunately, we don't resist most of these hits. The only one who does is Michaela right here with this last one. So it kinda sucks. But at least we aren't weak to it. And at least we aren't getting any extra effects if we don't clash with it at all. So there's that, and unfortunately, you put that on your strongest die. So I can't exactly do much. I can just go with this, and that's fairly even, right? 4-8, 4-7. Yeah, so it's 1 lower on some of them. I should be okay with that. I don't think I have anything that's increasing power, unfortunately. Every third offensive die gains +1 power. Yeah, so if I use forward march here... then I should be okay. Actually, let's go ahead and remove that. And put it on you, like I said. That's gonna hurt. That's actually gonna hurt a lot. Alright. No ready position this turn. I don't think multi-slash is gonna do it either. But, with that being said... doesn't hurt to try. And with this one, we might as well try and clash. It's not going to be possible for us to win that second one. Even with that, we can get a +3, so it'd technically be possible to tie. I guess if we really tried. Wedging Thorn there. Make this a +4. Then it can also draw that over so that we don't have to deal with that. And then we use multi-slash here. Go and deal with that. Instead, we put Will of the City against this, because that's going to hit a bit harder. Okay. It's better than nothing. Give it our best shot. This is going to hurt a lot for me. Hopefully for them too, but it's going to hurt for me. Ow. Good. Oh, of course you got that. Oh, I didn't even think about the fact that the speed would go in. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, I definitely screwed that up. Oh, of course you max rolled too. Good. That's fine. It's gonna hurt. Oh, why are you rolling so high? Stop it, please. Good. Let's go. Okay. Ooh. I guess probably thorns would be best. You have half of them who resist that. So who has the most amount of pierce? I mean, obviously Nesach will probably have the most amount of pierce, but... I don't know if I can click on you to double check everything or not. Let's go with Netzach. Okay, next up. This is really going to hurt. Five, that's fine. Oh boy. Let's go with brace up and multi-slash. This multi-slash isn't going to be able to do much, but it is what it is. We do have this. Unfortunately, speed is not 6 or higher, but again, it is what it is. And then we could go with bayonet combat here. We can ignore that die. This one is being taken care of. And we can't redirect it anyway, so there's no reason that we need to worry about it. I don't like that one, but we at least resist all of the damage. We could just go with ready position, which would kind of suck, but... see. Okay, I get the general feeling that all of those are going to pretty much always be used. I'm gonna want Gale Kick, I'm pretty sure. This 5 isn't gonna be able to do much of anything, huh? That's fine. Blow the sword will hit hard. We have to hope it'll hit hard enough. That's my way of saying, oh yeah, we're probably losing this. I don't want to take that damage. Alright, if I go here... Can you take this? And allow me to use... No, okay, hold on. Gotta be a way we can do this. Okay. Come on, game. I know you can do this. I know you can do this. You got this. Because it's a raid going on. So let's add this 2 ammunition to hand there, and then we'll use focus fire here. That's 7. We're just gonna have to really hope our friendly neighborhood counter die is going to be able to go and deal with that. I'm going to put Wedging Thorn down here. And Wound of Sorrow can be hit with Rekindled Strike, not Blazing Strike. And then we can use a Brace Up right here. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt a lot. I don't think I have anything that's gonna be able to contest that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. And then I'm gonna do this. And we're gonna hope and pray that this works out to be a good enough combination that we don't get obliterated. The big thing is this. I am worried about that. Because that will actually stagger us. But I can't redirect it anywhere without this, but this is currently redirecting that. If I get rid of it, it's going there. Maybe I just use Wedging Thorn there. You aren't currently gaining any power based off of burn. You're only gaining the +1 power there. So we may be able to do this, hopefully. The goal, at least. And then you can use a Rekindled Strike there to make these moves possible. Okay. That's gonna hurt, that's gonna hurt. That will hopefully just get completely countered by a counter die. This can't do anything. That's gonna do that. Okay, here we go. Yes! Yes! Okay, unfortunately we do get hit with that one, but that's fine. Darn it. There's that. Okay, and it wasn't enough. That's gonna hurt a lot. Yep. Okay. Sorry for coming in late. Don't worry about it. It's all good. I really could have used Laughing Powder earlier. We're basically half dead already. Okay. And you now have enough of that. Okay, if we lose, I'm going for Philip first next time. Just reach emotion level 2. That's not going to be able to redirect anything. I mean, I guess use it here. Oh, that 4 wasn't going to be able to redirect anything either. Huh, okay. Guess use that there to counter that. I guess use this here. I do have a Jamadar, fortunately. So just gonna have to go against that. Have to hope concentrated fire will do this. Let me go for a reload. Same sort of stick here. Oh boy. Limbus fun. Good to hear. It is all. Buddy, I really hope you survive this, at least for just a moment, so you can go and do that. Granted, you'll probably die to the 5, but... oh well. Almost everybody went through. You, on the other hand, did not. Boy. Come on, man. I need extra stagger damage. Oh boy, look at all that. That's real nice. I enjoy that. Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna use that. You get staggered. Don't even worry about it. Oh boy. You want to do that? Alright, let's do that. There you go. You get that. At least one of these guys is going down. Ow. Gosh, why is the battle so freaking hard? I staggered 2 of them. I actually got rid of one of them. I got rid of Bremen. Better than I did last time. Guess we try and continue. Alright then. Round 2. I didn't see Ishmael with the claw. What a sentence. Oh, that's great. Okay. Philip needs to die. Now, he needed to die a month ago. But I apparently do not have control over that. So we're changing that now. Pierce. Focus Philip down this time? Okay. Okay, what's targeting this? Everything. Great. We killed Bremen, but it was with burn right as we died, so we didn't even get any of the buffs with it. Ah, I just realized that. I'll go with Vichy. There. I think it's hard-hitting enough. We can use a level slash just about anywhere. I think right there would probably be the best bet. Or no. An upstanding slash here to deal with that. I don't like all those being there. We'll have to come back to that later. What are you using? Okay, I'm gonna have to go and deal with both of these. We need to hit a bit harder for that one. I really need to, okay. You can take the one hit. Just the one, though. That's probably not a smart idea. Okay, one of these guys that's clashing over here, we can probably take on. Maybe not. Oh, we're gonna have to think about that. Here we go, coordinated assault. That's something that we're looking for. Okay, so neither of these have someone... Okay. Up your strings probably needs to go on Geb, right? Lock that in for now. Actually, that'll probably be the best one. Okay, so we need to deal with that. think we can just deal with it using that. I think we got enough power. +1, +2. Oh, wrong one. +2 to that. Excuse me, +3 to that total. Should be okay. Assuming I'm not just incredibly unlucky. Okay, so 610 against... I don't need to use too much stuff with this. +3 should make this fairly even. And then I can use coordinated assault instead. And I can probably use it on one of these. Probably not that one, unfortunately. Because you don't deal well... Yeah, you don't deal well with blunt. So I can probably take this off your hands. And then that can be focused on you. And I'll just go ahead and use forward march. We can tank the other ones. It sucks, but we can tank them. And then... yeah, I'm gonna say just put you there. And then we focus you down. Alright. Here goes nothing. Yep, it was enough. It kind of sucks there, but it is what it is. Ow. Oh, really? Of course, even with all that. Good. Perfect. This is a little less perfect. That one actually really hurt. Yep. Well, Philip, you're a real pain in the butt, you know that? You have bleed now, right? Nope, no you don't. I thought you did. Okay. You want something big? I can give you something big. There you go. There's a big hit for you. Fortunately, that does take up everything, so maybe I don't. And I can deal with that. That'll work. Okay. Now that 5 is going there. I have laceration, which will work. And then I'll use endurance to boost up that block die a little bit. You have the 11, so everyone is getting that bonus. You can tank that, right? A 4-8? Yeah, you can tank that. So if you go and do that. Where's that one going there? Go with that, with this. What do you want? I can deal with blunt. I want Philip obliterated. Good. Oh, really? Good. Okay, would have preferred a win there, but I guess I'll take a tie. At least I'm not taking... Never mind. I should just shut up. I just shouldn't speak. Oh, I didn't think about that part. Come on. Please tell me I had one more thing going towards that. Yeah. Okay, Philip is now out of the picture. That is what we needed. Please tell me you have bleed. You do indeed have lots of bleed. Good. Up next, we have... not yet. We have you. I don't care about this one. I care about this one. I suppose I can then put here, because that's just what it is. I'll go with this. It should work. And if it doesn't, then so be it. Alright, hold on. If you're going there... A 4-8. That's a 4-8. Technically. Well then yes, now I'll do that. I'm gonna use a thing of multi-slash there, and then I will this city. I don't know. Just use both of them there. That's fine. You, my friend, are on fairly low health, and I don't think I like that. So I'm going to use Augury Kick on this one. And then this one can't really do much. So we're going to use Iron Wall against one of these just to hope that it'll go. And then one of these has a fairly low thing at the start, I think. Yeah, it looks like it's this one. So we'll go with that. And then one of you has, yeah, just the one. Oh, let's hope this works. Perfect. Good. That not as good. That's fine. Ooh, with the +1 power, that worked. Just enough. You really had to roll just enough, huh? Jerk. Go ahead and do this. That should get rid of you no matter what. Because blunt damage is just not normal. So we can deal with that. I think I can redirect that and be okay. Alright, all of these are... Oh, but this one will go first, still out of all those, so we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. How much of this stuff is going towards you? You can therefore be just immediately dealt with. Pretty sure I can just do that and it'll be fine. It's 5 and this 3. Can go with that. And the infinite one can grab spear and go up against, I guess this one. Where's the 6 going towards? Ah. And where was this one going first? Actually, never mind. It's good. We're fine. I can just hit you with something like, oh gosh. Game, please. Something like this. There we go. Ooh. There we go. And now you're taking extra damage. There you go. Goodbye. Okay. There's the first one. Now we just need to make it through the second. I have a wild guess that the third is something special and different. That requires a certain someone whose floor we can't select right now. Okay, Oswald. Which is, I really don't like how our crew is kind of looking right now. It's just gonna have to be what it is. Shimmering showtime. At the end of the scene, all librarians take 2 to 4 stagger damage. Why? Prioritize targeting the librarian with the lowest stagger resist. Wonderful. Cannot lose more than 50% of max HP in a single scene. Something tells me there's something that you're trying to tell me not to cheese. Whenever an ally dies, take 50 stagger damage. Let's see. Upon death, all librarians fully restore stagger resistance. All status elements on them are halved. Mass individual spawn, Miss Mervyn and Mr. Knife. Next scene. Are you kidding me? Leaves combat for the next 2 scenes? Seriously? Spawn MX? What's MX stand for? I don't know what MX stands for. I don't know what that stands for. Spawn the money next scene unless Oswald is dead. Fair enough. Standard stuff. That one we don't need to necessarily worry about too much unless we're doing one-sided attacks. But that's going to be a pain to deal with. That, I think, won't be actually too bad because ranged, so we can just cycle a couple powerful die. A single powerful die or a couple of powerful dice. Target staggered at the end of the scene, turn them into an ally? No. But it doesn't seem like it would be too hard to deal with it. Oh no. That's just at the end of the scene, that's not by this page. Oh no. Target's resistance is changed to fatal Why? Oh my gosh, Oswald, what in the world are you doing? Fierce Sandstorm. At the end of the scene, all librarians take 2 to 5 damage. And Jaehoon's offensive dice gain on hit, inflict 1 bleed. Very specific there. After death, all librarians deal +3 damage with attacks for the rest of the act. Don't leave Tanya as the last one standing. I see. If there are no allies present, at the end of the scene, gain 1 strength and endurance and gain 2 speed for the rest of the act. Ah, that's why. Of course. Target's current die cannot be recycled. Wonderful. So you have... So far, everything seems like the same pretty much as last time. Strength stacking, big speed. We find Onslaught, which is just power null with powerful hits. Okay, beatdown's going to hurt. That's a bit different. That is going to hurt. Good thing we have Red Mist. Hopefully she lives. Pitch Black Pulverizer. That's a cool title. 13-13 and 13-16. I don't like the card though. Oh jeez. And then you. When a die each ally plays rolls the minimum value, re-roll it. Of course. Activates once per die. At the start of the scene, a random librarian is afflicted with 2 bind. The start of the scene, when straining strings is used, all puppet strings are removed. After death, all librarians gain 1 to 3 haste at the start of each scene. And all of your dice gain +1 power for the rest of the act. Okay. So... Gosh, what's our order here? Tanya might be able to be taken down the fastest simply because her resistances, and then Jaehoon following. think Oswald, as much as that freaking sucks, may need to be the last one. I think Jehan or Tanya first. Give puppet strings. Combat start, give puppet strings. Can it be redirected? Add red string combat pages to the hands of target and circus related enemies. Of course. Not a chance, that's fine. Needlework sucks, but I guess we can deal with it. Backstitch is going to hurt a lot. And of course it's range too. Cripple should be okay as long as we just have some sort of 3-die page. On Clash, lose, deal 20 stagger damage to self, and all librarians lose 1 stack of puppet strings. Clash shoots. Okay, so it's just the same thing, but it just swaps where the dice are. Oh boy. Oswald and Jehan are gonna work together. Yeah. I really don't like that. So Jehan, Tanya, and then Oswald. I think that's how this is going to have to go. Oh boy. Okay. Red strings to pages. Spawn. Yeah. You can technically use puppet strings to your advantage. Oh? Is it because I have puppet strings as well? So I can do something like that? Well, we can go with that. And then we don't need to worry about that. And that is... I'll have Geb not die to self-damage on the first turn, yeah. Thinking maybe we just do these right off the bat. Oh my gosh, there's so many freaking lines. Wait, what did I just send you off to do? Oh, right, can't be redirected. Stop using that there. That's not what I'm clicking. I want to use that there. But that one can't be redirected either. Okay. I really don't like that. But I think I might be able to tank it. And have everybody deal some extra damage next time. We have concentration. The concentration is going to have to go here. Oh, stop, right? And then... You're using that there. I don't really care so much about that. I'm gonna have that redirected elsewhere. First, let's make sure that we can take care of everything else here. Because I may just want to go and deal with that. But we'll see first what we can actually do. We can do a dagger press here. Will of the Prescript going here. And then Amend Weapon going there. And then just to make sure we get off to a good start. The true trigram formation right here. And then if you want to do that, I can use Augury Kick. And then a forward march. Then I think I'll just leave that die empty so we have a little bit of light and we'll have the full charge. Then you, of course, do have that. And for that, I think I'll be doing that. Okay. Everything is clashed. That needs to be. That's just that, and then that's that. Okay. Here we go. How did nobody win against that? Oh wait, that was a mass individual, wasn't it? Okay, that kind of sucked, but oh well, that's fine. Oh man. Come on. Not losing by one. Good. Good. Come on, game. You got this. I'm gonna have to make the model disappear. I really hope I don't. There we go. This is what we want. Probably want Crimson Scar for someone, right? Okay, I can't even go and select dice cards now. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to make myself disappear. I'm sorry! Okay, let's go with Crimson Scar. And then now it's haha funnies. In one scene, if two or more characters have this status, they die and a bunny is spawned. I seriously don't know what MX means. If you can tell me, great, I'll start saying what it actually means, but I don't know what it means. The Librarian has the status to gain 10 haste at the start of the scene, removed if Oswald of Jehon dies. Okay. So I need a way to go and remove that. I'm assuming red strings. On Clash, lose, exhaust this page and deals 10 stagger damage. So I need to somehow lose. Hi there, Beatdown. But she's only using that once. So I have to get rid of everybody else's. Oh, you're a real pain in the butt. Okay. Okay. It's mighty annoying, not gonna lie. Okay, so how am I gonna do this? Pure endurance. Go ahead and do that. And I can use Bishi somewhere. I see a weakness to slash. I don't think I like that. I could just use red strings. I could probably redirect that somewhere. But I do have +5 and +2. The blunt damage would hurt. Oh no, but then that's nullifying. So that would just be neutral. Boy. Still though, we're at emotion level 4, which means +2 to min and +1 to max. So it's a 5/8. That doesn't affect power. I still don't exactly like those odds, though. Okay. Thinking probably Manifest Ego. Probably. I am going to Manifest Ego. That is a definitive. I mean, that's guaranteed to work, so we're going to do that. And we're actually going to put it on the back one because I know you aren't dying this turn. Probably just go on this 6 die. I think I'm gonna have to do that. You currently have a +2 strength, another +2 with stiletto, and fervor. So this should win. Gosh, I really don't want to take that hit. I really don't. What are you doing there? That, I don't care about that. Let's see, where is that originally going? There, of course. Kind of just want you to take the hit. In all honesty, just kind of want you to just take the hit. Then we can move that elsewhere. It's +5 strength. A multi-slash will shred through that. That's going there, that's going there, that doesn't need to be dealt with, that's going there. That's unfortunately being dealt with. That's going there, which we're gonna have to reroute to something that has a 3. That's going there. So just the 2 4s are the only things that need to be dealt with. Guess we'll go with this with our +2. If you take any hits, you're dead. That's the unfortunate thing here. I think we're gonna have to do this. Because I don't want to spend that much. Come on. I mean, fine, it works. And then I need just one big hit, which currently we're doing +4. Gosh dang it. I don't want to take a risk. But I think I may have to. That one won't work. +2, +2, +1, so it's +5. I don't think I have anything that's going to guarantee it. can use it there. That'll guarantee it. And then this is now left unchecked. But that's fine. Because we can do this. This. This will be better. Okay. But now I can just let loose against Jaehon here. Okay, and then you have a little bit of something, so I'm going to have you go and do that, except you're going to go against that. Okay. Hope this works. Perfect. Good. There goes your red strings. How did we tie them? There goes that. That kind of sucks. We lose that, which is good. It's one of the only times we actually want to lose. And that's fine. Look at that. Okay. Mass attack. Need ways that I can clear out cards. Not that I won't have plenty of those already now. Alright then. Now comes the fun part. You have beatdown again. So I'll go ahead and use that, but that's not super essential. We really didn't grab much there, huh? That's fine. Mr. Mermaid is, Mr. Knife is long gone. I don't know why it still says he's there. Okay, that's going to be fairly simple to deal with. That'll be that. Estimation 28 to 42. I'm kind of thinking we go against Lupine Onslaught there. And since it's not affected by power gain or loss, we can just go with this. Or no, we should probably... No, we can just go with this. This will be fine. That maxes out at 27. So it is 100% gone. Right? I'm doing that math right? 9 plus 10, 19, 27 with 8. Yep, okay. There's that. Sure, we can use Beast Hunt here. And then that'll be destroyed, that'll be destroyed, and that will be destroyed. That's basically guaranteed for all of those, so we can leave those dice be. We can do that there. Then we can put a coordinated assault here, just to have a little bit of fun. That there. Forward march is going to have to go there. So no pierce. Slash and blunt. Which is fine. Fine. We can let that 3 be. It's being dealt with there. What isn't being clashed with? Just the stuff that basically doesn't matter. Okay. I'm going to help you get rid of these. And then you can basically do whatever. If we want to make sure that we get rid of you, we can do that. And then we can do a little bit of multi-slash over here. And an energy cycle. Great. Let's go with that. 44. Nice. You one by one. Hi there, Oswald. Why are you so big? Okay, I'll deal with you in a moment. Ooh, you really want to go there, huh? Ah, there it is. That's what I was looking for. $15 to $25. That is a minimum of 15 and a max of 27. That comes out to be about even. It's interesting. What do we want to do here? First, we do need to go and deal with this. Mass summation. I think a spear would be fine. And I think we can go with Rooster's Crow here. Or Coordinated Assault. It's a 3. Okay, we can use Concentration. That there. $18 minimum. Don't exactly like that. Might as well do this just in hopes that it gets rid of it. Because if it does, great. If it doesn't, oh well. This one may hurt, though. I don't know if I have anything that's gonna be able to add up to 18. That one gets up to 19 if we roll max. I guess if we roll max, that would be 21 because of the plus. Use the mass on the counter dice. Perfect. That's not really gonna do anything. So we do that. It's all just beast hunt. I suppose if I did that, I could have done bullet shower. I thought I was trying to pull for something or use something that would counter it, but oh, whatever, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Also, concentration is going down here. I'm gonna use... You're gonna use... Good time to focus on Tanya. I'm just trying to think of ways to counter just a couple of things that we have here. Let's go with this. Wait, no. Yeah, go with that. And if you're gonna do that, go with Rooster's Crow here. And then a multi-slash, forward march. Just no blunt for you, right? No blunt. Level slash it is. Yes, we can use Hollow Point Shell and simply hope that it rolls max, essentially. So that'll get us up to 19. Okay. 28. And Hollow Point shells to deal with counters. Ah. No. It's these. There we go. All right, Oswald. Time's up, buddy. That's not going to be more than half. Fortunately, I'm pretty sure all of this resets costs and all that. So. Evasion smoke build. Why are you not taking damage? Did I misread something? Your HP, that is true. You don't lose more than 50% of max HP in a single scene. Okay, so what stopped you from losing any HP during that scene then? Because you had not taken any damage that scene. Or I'm misinterpreting what a scene is. Daggers extend that passive? Oh, come on. Alright, buddy, you just really had to do that, huh? Fine then. I deal extra damage now. You can friggin' deal with it. You know what? That's going against this, which, I mean, yeah, sure, that works. That's going against this, which, I mean, again, yeah, sure, that works. Might as well do this just in case he freaking survives. Oh, you're pretty much going against everything there, huh? Goodbye. There we go. Okay. Neatly done. Thank you. I appreciate it. Really, we don't use Roland for this. I figured we'd be using Roland. Okay. Resonance. I don't know how to read that. I think it's Il Direttore del Ensemble Riverbero. I guess. I don't know. While Pluto or Eleanor are alive, HP does not go below 100, of course. Gain a speed die for every other ensemble member that has died this reception. Zione Intensification. Contesi? I can't read these words, man. Every 4 scenes give all reverberation ensemble members for the duration of the act to gain 1 strength and endurance every scene. At the end of the scene, all characters' emotion levels rise by 2. And then speed die slot +1, get a speed die on the 4th scene. An additional 1 if there's an enemy whose emotion level is 4 or higher. Why? Do not gain speed dice from emotion level bonuses. Okay, at least there's that. But yeah, I know you're going to start with like freaking way too much other stuff. That's going to be stupid. Bonus damage equal to vibration. Target's die cannot be influenced by any effects next scene. Target's die power cannot be influenced. Interesting. 6 more vibration, reduce it by 1. This scene, the passive ability Resonance activates if the target has 4+ vibration. Absolutely murder Pluto. Noted. Gains 2 vibration, gains 2 vibration. This page activates Resonance. Draw 2 pages. That's in this page. It's clashing and unaffected. Target's vibration is set to 4 if it hits. If the last die hit, this deals 50% more damage. Ooh, that's gonna hurt. Grand finale. Thanks, I hate it. Every scene uses an unjust contract comic. Why hate? Stygian's Shade spawns a shade on the second scene. The shade gets a copy of the patron librarian's hand and deck. Each librarian is not present, another librarian will be it instead. Defense, offense, and light. Okay, so in terms of your actual cards, it's not that hard to deal with. In terms of your freaking extra effects, not your cards, you're gonna be an absolute pain in the butt. Okay, so you have nothing really super special there. That's fine. That's fine. Click 2, anti-recovery? Why does it say bleed? That's not what anti-recovery... that sucks. Not gonna lie. That one I think we can deal with. Okay, let's see at the very least what we can do with the red mist here. So Pluto, anti-recovery prevents healing effects. Okay, I guess that should have been fairly self-explanatory. Blunt damage and slash for stagger. Pierce and slash. Standard damage. Okay. What is that? Okay, so defense. I don't know who should have that. Best track of the 3. I do like it. I do like all 3, honestly, but I do also enjoy myself some guitars. And this one I think has the most noticeable guitars. Okay, so... Pluto, I don't like you. Just, I don't. Go ahead and manifest if you want. Sounds good. Honestly, we could just pull that. We'll be able to deal with that, that's fine. Go ahead and use that. Sure. Okay, who should get defense? Or does it just suck so bad that, like, we really don't want anybody to get it? Mirne? Oh wait, this isn't Olivier, huh? That's Mirne. Right. You can easily get rid of the effects? Okay. Oh, wait. I can't do that. I have 3 choices, and one of them is not Mirne. Because, screw me in particular. You can just kill him. I mean, you're not wrong. Okay, which one is that targeting? That's targeting that. I guess poke him. It's fine. Alright, where's this one going? One's going down there. You can take a slash hit, right? But won't be influenced by any power effects. Don't murder him for my pain. Will do. Alright, I'm just going to use the infinite right here. I, at the present moment, do not wish to deal with you. And as such, be gone. It's a hit. Not wise to do it with spear. Okay. Just saying go full on with fervent emotions or something, or? Double flash is a better choice? Alright. Five, 9. That'd be a +1 if I use it with the 8. +1 with the extra strength. So that's now a 7, 11. That only occurs for the rest of the act. Probably should. You can take the blunt as well, that's fine. Black Pluto's 2 with your spears? Okay. I guess just to gain the power and it's triple hit, yeah. You get power benefits. Go with draw another page. Brace up was not exactly what I was looking for there. I'm not going to lie to you. Give you a contract. Alright. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So that's just on hit, huh? Would it be wise to use Crimson Scar here, or no? So yes, if you play the light recoveries. Alright. So we can do forward march and multi-slash. That gets us a net 3. And that comes back. Okay. That's being covered by that. That we're just going to take the hit. It's fine. Okay. Here we go. Goodbye, contract. Ah, man. Of course, it's perfectly tied there. Let's go, stagger. There we go. Shell? Shell. On Geb. I take it on Geb. Just min-max the heck out of this. Alright. Too feeble and disarm this scene. I feel like that could be nice for dishing out some damage, because I'm going to need to use it right now. Yep. Friend. Blue is not present at the end of the scene. This dies. Good. Dice power +1. Speed dice slot +1. Okay. That's not in my hand. Alright, you want to do that? Fine, let's do it. I have higher strength than you, buddy. That's probably not a wise idea to go and use that. Sure, let's go with that. Stealth plus red strings means immunity. Oh, you're right. Yes, that is. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, wait, hold on. You probably have. Yep. Keep in mind that Geb has a counter die. So you're saying that I can go and take like one hit or something like that? I can go and have one page just automatically go and do that? Yeah, okay. Just want to delete that contract. And that's just a mass individual. And that has a max of 22. With a minimum of 10. I think we'll be okay. And that goes up to there. I think I'll be okay yet again. Use Beast Hunt there. That'll probably be fine. Slash and Blunt for the stagger. Where's the 7 going? 7's going there. Yeah, I can deal with that with the counter die. I guess just to make sure. Sorry, buddy, I'm doing more damage there. Alright, gotta remember, there is currently that. Keep note of the fastest attack going to get. Okay. I'll double check everything after I lock in all the dice, so that I can just swap around a couple things instead of trying to rearrange everything. So I just need something that can go up to 9, essentially. We have +3 there, that's a 3-7. I don't think that's a bad idea, honestly. And then just to make sure, we can go and do that. You really don't like me, huh? That'll probably get obliterated. You know, I'd really not like that to be there. That's why I'm just going to do that. And yeah, I'm going to need to use more light restore. So. Okay. Thank you. I like to think that I know at least a little bit of what I'm doing. Yet again, we only have a +1 there, though. Well, that's a 5-9, that's a 5-11. Offensive dice next scene are improved. Let's go ahead and do that. And it's slash and pierce, so we'll be doing normal damage there. And honestly, I think we can just go kinda all out. That's gonna suck, but at least we resist it. Everybody has that in check. Okay. Alright. Is anybody... So, you, but we're dealing with that. Even then, we do have the counter die. Okay. I think we're good. Okay, that kind of sucked, not gonna lie. It was a 6-9 and we still failed on one of our units. Alright, buddy. Be gone. Ow. There we go. Pluto is gone. All right. Up next. Okay, doesn't seem like anything too bad. It worries me because I feel like that means I'm missing something. I don't want that 7 to go towards that. Let's have that 7 go towards literally anything else. Like that. Now the thirsty moment is next. Wonderful. This 4 can't really do much, huh? I do have +2, but it's a 5 and I have 4 vibration. It's gonna be a hard pass from me on that one there, buddy. I'm just gonna go over here and no. Basically. No. We do have Dipsia again. In terms of everything else, we can regain some of that light. You can go and regain a lot of that light, and still have that. So, oh, but Dipsia costs, yeah, oh, that won't work. Okay, so you're the only one who could use Dipsia if we want to. And I'll be honest, I don't even know if we do. You really want to hit her, don't you? Or him, I don't know. Them. You really want to hit them, huh? Okay, and then we leave that be. Okay, I'm just going to keep these arrows up. Because I can now. Did they serve this purpose? Okay. I can take the one hit. Or no, actually, I can take all of those. I have a counter die. I can just let that hit me. And I can not do anything else with that die. And instead... do that. The wonders of a good counter die. Indeed, indeed. You can just tank that. I can use... How much do I have? I mean, I could just use that. It's within 1, so it's +2 power. Yeah. Why must he do this to me? No, that's way too much to go and spend on that. Oh my gosh, everybody currently has like 4. It's just too much power. Okay, fine, just tank it. You can face tank it. I don't like that, but you're just gonna have to face tank it. There's your conversion will to city, touch grass. Okay. Me no likey. Goodbye, counter dice. Yep. Yep. I'm okay with that roll. I'm okay with those 3. That was an okay 3. Oh. Haha. 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 Okay. Ah, there we go. I was waiting for that. Affected by power, you say? Oh, well, I probably shouldn't do that with that. Second hit's gonna hurt. Like, a lot. Okay, let's do that. Let's go with that, that's fine. We can use Rooster's Crow there. And that's fine. Alright, something big, something big. You can debuff and have better odds of winning that. How would I debuff her? Ah, with that. I need to do that with a 7. Ooh, and I can get rid of that in the process. There we go. Okay, all of your dice are taken care of. But still though, that's only 2. It's only going to be 2. The hard part about this. think my hardest hitting second die is going to be the second one in concentration. Yeah. Go with that. What's this? That? Well, the city will do. That's fine. Can't do anything there. This is gonna have to just suck. This is just gonna suck. That's, I think all there is to it. Want to take that hit, but I do resist it, so I think I may just take the hit. Geb can face tank the mass attack. That is true. We can just use one of the infinites here. And then I can just straight up go and hit you with this. Because that you'll tank, and that you can tank. So yeah, let's do it. I really don't want to do this, but yeah, let's do it. This is gonna hurt. Can we just talk about how good some of these animations I've gotten? As time goes on, these animations get more, like... I don't know, what's the word I'm going for? Like, the older the card, I think, like, the simpler the animation is. Like, oh, it's expressive. Yes, perfect. That's a perfect word to describe it. Like, yes, it's a simple sword swing. It gets the point across. But some of these later cards, it's the full sight flowing through the air instead of just whoosh or slash. I don't want to say that the earlier cards don't have good animations. I think they still look good, but I really like the look of these other animations. Oh. Excuse me? Both? Okay. Can't exactly say I appreciate that, buddy. Some of them target the same one, which I don't know if that's good or bad for me. They don't have something feel deadly or impactful, yeah. 9 to 22. You can't tank anything else there, my friend. I'm just gonna have to hope you do well here. If not, then we get something out of Kizuna. Looking like quick suppression here is going to be the way for us to go. Okay, I gotta look out for this die first. That's the big scary one. Not that. Yes, gaining endurance. Even with +2 endurance, I don't think Iron Wall is the answer. I think I really should have used the Restore One Light. That's on me. My brain just went to that. I'm an idiot. Okay, go for it. Alright, and then this last part here. Okay. The animation of that mass attack is so cool. Like, look at that. Oh, it's so good. Oh gosh, everybody got hit by that. Oh, and it's like a constellation. As much as I absolutely hated that, it also looked really good. Alright, buddy. It is your time to leave. Grand finale. I'm not sure if that's actually the right answer here. It is a mass summation. I can just face tank it. That is true, it is just Pierce. Max can also probably face tank it. Ruby, on the other hand, would hurt quite a bit. Unfortunately, though, I don't think I have anything that's going to reach even 30. You won't get staggered, at least. That is true. Alright, I guess we focus on the other dice. Resonance activates at 4+ vibration. It would activate anyway if it was at 4 vibration. So, I don't like that. Alright, Gav, work your magic. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Okay, the question is, do we use greater split horizontal or vertical? Probably not. Actually, I can almost guarantee no, we don't. Pretty darn sure that would just be a bad idea. Just use regular cards? Okay. Remember, do not have anything check that mass. Right, so we can't use the infinity, which sucks. Pierce. That's going to hurt. That's going to hurt a lot. I'm going to use concentration and simply hope that I can just tank enough of it. That is going to activate resonance. That's just going to get obliterated, and that too is going to get obliterated. Okay. That's going to hurt. It's going to hurt quite a bit. So we're going to try and block it. Okay. Here we go. Of course, you frickin' 39. Okay, now you really need to die. Like, goodbye. Be gone. Don't do this to me. Okay, well. At least I gained something out of Kizuna. Goodbye, Argalia? Right? Just... Right? I'm going with that. Goodbye, Argalia. Why are you still alive? Do I have to stagger you? No, okay. Ah, there he is.
아니야. 이래서는 안 돼. 내가 남아 있어서는.
How? This can't be. I'm not supposed to remain.
엔젤라, 오랜만에 얼굴 보니 반갑네.
Yo, Angela. Good to see you again after so long.
기계 몸으로 돌아온 건가? 얼굴이 창백한 걸.
I'm very much just enjoying this scene going on in the background. Cool, he's using all the different weapons. It's so cool. He's got to return to a mechanical body, huh? Your face is all pale again.
무슨 짓을 한 거야?
Roland, what have you done?
마지막 날에 네가 사라질 뻔했어. 그래서 빛의 기둥에서 널 꺼냈고.
You almost evaporated on the last day, so I pulled you out of the pillar of light.
그리고 아직 끝난 게 아니라서 잠시만.
Just a quick sec. I'm not done dealing with that persistent sicko over there.
그런 짓을 하면 안 됐어.
You should not have done that.
이래서는 모든 걸 완전하게 되돌릴 수 없다고.
Be able to revert everything completely this way.
다 소용없어졌어.
It was all for naught.
마지막 기회였는데.
That was my one last chance.
롤랑 엔젤라! 마지막까지는 너답게 있어야지.
Should have behaved like the lunatic you always were until the very end.
답지 않게 소리나 꽥꽥 지르니 틈이 생기는 거야.
This is what you get for going out of character and squealing like an amateur.
끔찍하네.
This is hideous.
적어도 마지막만큼은 아름답고 싶었는데.
I wanted my end to be an elegant one, at least.
안젤리카에게는 안부 전해줄게, 메보.
I'll send my dear sister your regards, brother-in-law.
여시나 먹어.
Drop dead already. And thus, the finale concludes. We friggin' did it! We did it! Heck yeah!
대충 상황은 다 정리한 것 같은데.
The library is looking a little bit warped. You could say distorted, even. Whew, I guess that wraps things up.
이제 어쩔 거야?
What are you gonna do now?
어떻게 할까?
Wait. Okay, hold on. You see my face for this. Hold on. Hold on. I'm pulling this thing back up. Hold on. Hold on. Give me this. Hold on. It's gonna seem weird. I'm doing stuff. Give me a moment. Hold on. Right around there should be good. Oh, up here. Surprise. Boom. Ta-da! I said, ta-da! There we go. Okay. Hold on. Shrink myself down just a little bit. So, she actually is pale now. She's back to me. I never noticed that. I did say that, like, her eyes were changing and her face was changing and stuff like that. But I didn't think it was because she was actually becoming, like, more fleshy, more human. I did not realize that at all. That's an insane detail. That is so cool. Little things. Oh my gosh. It's so cool. What to do?
역시 몸은 예전처럼 기계로 돌아갔구나.
Looks like your body did turn back into a machine. I mean, it's sad she wanted to be human, but also the details were really freaking cool.
그래. 잠시나마 잊고 싶은 걸 잊을 수 있어서 좋았어.
Yeah, it was nice to be able to forget the things I should forget, if for a brief while.
도서관에서 책이 된 사람들이 다시 살아난다고 했잖아.
You said the people who turned into books in the library are going to come back, right?
근데 지금까지 살아난 건 푸른 잔향과 그 친구들밖에 없었어.
So far, the only ones to revive were the Blue Reverb and his cronies.
긴 꿈에서 깨듯 도시 어딘가에서 깨어나겠지.
They regain consciousness to find themselves lying somewhere in the city, as if waking from a long slumber.
네가 마지막에 그르치지만 않았어도 불확정 요소는 없었을 텐데.
There wouldn't have been any uncertainty had you not intervened at the last moment.
덕분에 언제 어디서 사람들이 깨어날지 나도 몰라.
Thanks to you, I have no idea when or where people will re-awake.
그래도 살아나긴 한다는 거지? 다행이네. 왠지 그럴 것 같았거든.
So they're still coming back anyway, yeah? Not really. I had a feeling this would work out.
확실하지도 않으면서 왜 그런 짓을 한 거야?
Why would you do such a thing if you weren't even certain?
나를 위해 하고 싶은 거 하나 정도는 해도 괜찮잖아?
It doesn't hurt to do something I actually want for the sake of myself.
나도 더 앞뒤 재며 살긴 싫더라.
You got sick of weighing profits my whole life.
또 뭔가를 숨기고 있지?
You still have something you're hiding from me, don't you?
내가 이곳으로 오기 전에 보라 눈물이 해준 말이 있어.
The purple tear told, It was her! Okay. The purple tear told me one thing before I made the jump here.
마지막만큼은 무엇에도 얽매이지 않고 본인이 원하는 대로 하는 게 여러모로 좋을 거라고.
When you get in there, it'll be nice in several ways to do what you want without letting anything hold you back at the end, kid.
빛 속에서 사라지는 너를 보니 불현듯 그 말이 스쳐 지나가더라.
Seeing you slowly vanish in the light, words hit me.
모든 걸 다 알고 있는 듯한 말 같네.
It sounds as if she anticipated everything.
도서관으로 올 수 있었던 것도 보라 눈물이 도운 덕분이야?
Was it by the purple tear's assistance that you could intrude into the library?
맞아. 너도 책에서 읽었지만 보라 눈물은 차원을 넘나들 수 있다나. 반신반의했지만 결국 도움을 좀 받았지.
Yep. You read in her book that she can jump between dimensions or whatever, yeah? I was honestly doubtful about her whole deal, but I eventually decided to get some help from her.
그리고 자, 이거 흘렸더라.
Here, you jump this.
그 종이네.
It's the list of wishes I wrote.
하지만 이런 몸뚱이로는 여기에 적힌 것의 절반도 못 해낼 것 같은데.
I don't think I can accomplish half the things written here with a body like this, though.
그런 건 이제부터 서로 고민해 보자고.
Well, that's something we gotta start figuring out from now on.
단 하나의 답이라는 건 아마 없을 거야.
There probably won't be one absolute answer or whatever.
별과 같이 많은 사람이 저마다 얽혀 있으니까.
There are as many people as there are stars out there, all intertwined with one another.
사람마다 답이 있는 거겠지.
And every one of them has a different story, a different answer to tell. Hey! Remember the very first line of dialogue from the way start. That's what it was, what? Right? Everybody has a different story, a different answer to tell. The purple tear can't believe this is how she handled it. Oh, is that what it was? I remember something along the lines of everyone having a different story. Well, now what to do? I say we start Limbus. I'm gonna let this play though. I wanna. Everyone here is amazing. Hold it? Oh, okay. I was gonna let this play. Because this seems... This seems like it's the, like an opposite of string theocracy. So mad props to all the voice actors. It is? Okay, I'm glad I noticed that very quickly. Cool Kids Club translation, that's a thing? That's awesome. The music was amazing, the voice acting was amazing, the story writing was amazing, the gameplay was amazing. It had just the right amount of challenge to make it so like I really had to think, and it really had you guys like helping me out a lot, which I really appreciate. I think I would have gotten a little bit frustrated in a couple of these. Sorry, I'll let it go. I love all the have fun pug things that are hidden all around here. Dr. Robotnik. Poems of a Machine. I did see that inside of the thing for Millie, but I don't think we heard that before, so I kind of figured, but it's good to hear confirmation for that. I see them up there. So if you had to pick, I'm listening. Man, this game was so freaking good. Thank you so much, by the way, for introducing me to this. I don't know if I ever would have stumbled across this without, like, some sort of recommendation, which is so sad. 2 moments I enjoyed the most. I think the moment everything, like, I'm gonna say it's partially a story thing, it's partially a thing just for me. Just the moment where it clicks, Angelica is Roland's wife. So much just clicked and fell together right there. That was one heck of a story point. That was like, it just... And then everything suddenly locked in and it was like, oh. And I'm definitely gonna have to replay this to just see like foreshadowing and stuff like that, because there's so much that I'm looking back on and I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, there's so much there. Some bits and pieces I picked up on a little bit because it was like, yeah, there's something off here, but I couldn't exactly pinpoint what it was. Another moment I enjoyed. Enjoyed the most. Once you play through Lobotomy Corp, you'll catch all the neat callbacks. I'm assuming there'll be quite a bit of callbacks involving specific like characters and stuff like that. Because Mio, I know, was in Lobotomy Corp because Rabbit Team is in Lobotomy Corp, and knows all of the characters through contract. Of course, the Red Mist is going to have a lot of backstory. All the other characters are going to have a lot. All of the librarians are going to have a lot of backstory. And Angela will too, as well, of course. And I'll learn a little bit more about characters like Enoch, Ayn, and well, I can't think of her face, her name. Yeah, I'll learn a lot more about some characters that were briefly touched on here, like I'm supposed to know them. And I know that's just because of me playing it out of order. You know, as much as I absolutely freaking despise Philip, the first time he really starts distorting, I do really like that. That's your first instance with the distortion. I do actually really like that. He's an annoying son of a who comes back way more often than he should. But the first time he like kind of begins to distort, I think that's actually a really cool moment. It's like a, oh shoot, like here's your first big boy boss fight. I think that's one of the ones. I think that's the other moment that I'm like really fond of, because that was really cool. So yeah, the moment where it clicks Angelica is Roland's wife, and the first time you get to witness the distortion. I think those are the two big moments for me. I'm glad to know that the Argalia crew died their final deaths that last fight. Good. Sick and tired of them. They were written really well. And thank you, Project Moon, for creating this amazing game. If you ever somehow see this, thank you. Thank you. And congratulations on Limbus Company releasing.
그나저나 이 도서관은 많이 허물어진 줄 알았는데 아직 힘이 남아 있나 보네.
Is this going to be a setup? This is probably a setup. By the by, I thought the library fell to bits for the most part, but it looks like its power is still there, right?
밖에서 분명 호시탐탐 이곳을 노리는 놈들이 널렸을 게 뻔한데 지금까지 아무도 들어오지 않고 조용한 걸 보면 말이야.
There's got to be a horde of people waiting for the chance to raid this place out there, but no one has broken in so far.
나도 그 점은 의아해.
I find that peculiar as well.
엔젤라, 그 이유는 도서관이 네 자아의 껍데기.
I recognize that outfit. That, Angela, is because the library is the shell of your mind and consciousness.
에고라을 한다.
Or ego, as you call it.
누구보다 인간만이 할 수 있는.
It's the consequence of making a decision that only a human could make.
그리고 누구보다 도시 사람답지 않은 선택을 한 결과지.
One that couldn't be further from what a resident of the city would make. Say hello to an arbiter, claw, and beholder, of course.
언제부터 있었지?
How long have you been here?
머리에서 온 건가? 눈과 발톱까지.
A visitor from the head, huh? The eye and the claw, too.
거기서 손가락 하나라도 까딱하는 순간 찢긴다.
Be perfectly still, or you'll be torn apart.
명심하도록. 아무리 너라도 지금 상태라면 손쉽게 찢어 발겨줄 수 있으니.
Remember, Even you of all city folk can be ripped to shreds in your current state.
진짜.
Damn it.
너희끼리 이야기를 끝맺어도 도시에 새겨진 뒤틀림은 끝나지 않았단다.
You may have concluded your own little tales, but the distortion still continues to grave its mark on the city.
새로운 색이 도시에 너무 깊게 스며들었어.
A new color has permeated the city much too profoundly. That's where I thought I recognized them. I was like, these guys sound familiar, but I could just be making something up. Okay. I was like, I feel like I've heard these guys before, but I can't think of it.
그래서 머리는 우리에게 뒤틀림에 대한 책임을 묻겠다는 건가?
So now the head is going to hold us accountable for the phenomenon. Is that it?
이미 뒤틀림에 대한 건 누구에게도 책임을 물을 수 없게 되었단다.
No one could be held responsible for the distortion at this point.
가슴 아픈 점은 애써 가꾸어 놓은 도시의 생태가 뒤바뀔 가능성이 있다는 거겠지.
It breaks my heart to think that it might shift the ecology of the city we had cultivated with care.
그렇다면 머리가 지금에서야 이곳에 행차한 이유는?
If so, what brings an agent of the head here, and why so late?
너와 도서관을 도시에서 축출하고자 왔단다.
We're here to expel you and your library from the city.
덤으로 이곳에 있는 바스라진 동료도 회수하고
And to retrieve a certain degraded colleague of ours.
그 뜻은
You mean
도서관을 엘사 둥지에서 외곽으로 축출할 거란다.
this structure in its entirety will be driven out and relocated to the outskirts.
도서관은 이미 도시의 불순물이야. 더는 두고 볼 수 없을 지경이지.
It has already become an impurity of the city. We couldn't stand by any longer. Impuritas civitatis, that's what it is.
도서관이 힘이 있어서?
Are you disturbed by its powers?
아니란다.
Not quite.
엔젤라, 오직 너 때문이란다.
The sole reason is you, Angela.
인간이 아닌 게 인간으로서 품어야 할 생각을 품어서지.
An entity that isn't human entertained thoughts that only a human should have.
기계야, 아무리 마음을 가꾸고 생각을 해도 인간으로 태어나지 않았다면 인간이 될 수 없단다.
You poor machine. No matter how much you contemplate and enrich your mind, you cannot become human if you aren't born as one.
마지막에는 설마 인간으로 변모하나 했지만 중요한 때에 모든 걸 놓았다구나.
When I thought you might turn into a human at the end, you let go of all you had during that critical moment.
그 끝에 인간이 되었다면 도시에서 받아줄 용의가 있었는데 말이야.
Had you become fully human, at the culmination of the ordeal, the city would have been more willing to accept you. Alas,
난 기계로 남아있어도 상관없어.
I don't care if I have to stay as a machine.
마음을 지닌 기계는 이 도시 어디에도 속할 수 없단다.
A machine with a heart has no place in this city.
너를 규정하는 태생에서 벗어날 수 없으니.
You cannot break free from your origin which defines you.
그게 무슨 상관이지? 날 규정할 수 있는 건 나뿐이야. 그 어떤 껍데기도 필요 없지.
Why does that matter? I'm the only one who has a say in defining my identity. I don't need any flimsy husk to do it for me.
가증스럽게도 인간으로서 닿아야 할 마음에 굉장히 가깝구나.
How contemptible that your line of thought is so dangerously close to what a human must aspire to reach.
그렇게 내버려 둘 수 없는 거야.
You're further demonstrating why we cannot let you be.
인간 노래를 부르면서 잘도 뒤틀림은 내버려뒀네.
For someone who loves to preach humanity, you sure seem fine with letting distortions cause many a scene in your precious backyard,
뒤틀림은 응당 인간의 모습 중 하나니까. 우리가 보기에 그리 그릇된 것은 아니지.
By all manner of means, distortions are one of the many aspects of humanity. Their existence is not wholly wrongful from our point of view.
그저 때가 되었을 뿐.
It was simply time for them to emerge.
오히려 기계 따위가 인간다운 행세를 하는 것보다 낫지 않니?
Are they not more bearable than a meager machine putting up the charade of being a human?
그러니 그 꼬깃꼬깃한 종이는 지금이라도 버리는 게 좋아. 귀여운 일을 참 태연히 해주다니.
So do yourself a favor and throw away that crumpled piece of paper. You've done something so cute, so nervously.
우리가 이 자리에서 너희를 죽인다면
And what if we made you kick the bucket here?
축출은 예정대로 진행할 거란다. 피할 수 없지.
The expulsion will still take place as planned. It's inevitable.
너희와 도서관뿐만 아니라 엘사 자체가 머리에 오점이자 치부였으니까.
This matter goes beyond you in the library. L-Corp itself was a stain and a blemish to the head.
치부일만해. 엘사의 특이점과 그 최종 목표를 받기 위해 조율자 비나.
No wonder it is. To transfer L-Corp's singularity and its end goal, you dispatched an arbiter by the name of Bina.
아니, 가리온을 파견했는데 보기 좋게 실패했잖아?
No, it was Garion, wasn't it? Regardless, it ended in utter failure, did it not?
가리온이 참 일을 어설프게 처리했지. 덕분에 균열이 이 지경까지 치달았으니.
Garion did such a sloppy job dealing with it. And now the chasm has grown too wide.
엔젤라, 인간의 마음을 품은 기계야.
Angela, a machine with the mind of a human.
너 따위로 인해 문이 닫히면 안 되는 거란다.
The door mustn't be closed because of something like you.
그러니까 나를 죽이고 도서관을 외곽으로 내쫓겠다는 거잖아?
If I'm understanding this right, you wish to put me to death and kick out the library kick the library out into the outskirts, is that correct?
그렇단다.
You guessed right.
난 이미 이곳에 나로서 존재하고 자신의 힘으로 서 있어. 그러니 너희가 짓거리는 헛소리는 가볍게 넘겨줄 수 있지.
I exist in this place as myself, standing on my own 2 feet, with my own strength. I have no problem brushing off the bullshit you're spewing on my doorstep.
그리고 비나도 그렇지만 너희는 참 길게도 말하네.
And you sure are verbose company, just like Bina.
꼭 불필요한 말을 덧대지.
You always add needless comments as if you can't help it.
처형자,
Executioner.
도서관의 기능은 정지한 게 아니었어?
I thought the library ceased pretty much all of its functions.
조율자가 말했잖아. 도서관은 내 에고라고.
As that arbiter said, the library is my ego.
그렇다면 이 정도는 충분히 가능하지.
In that case, I can perform such feats without breaking a sweat.
그래봤자 손님을 상대하듯 잠시 물러난 것뿐이지만.
Although this is only a temporary retreat, similar to how guests are greeted.
기어코 머리까지 손님으로 받는군. 그래도 이곳에서의 마지막 손님이겠어.
We're finally receiving guests from the head itself, huh? Guess these are the last ones we'll get to greet from here.
그래. 어차피 나도 굳이 이 둥지에 있을 필요는 없으니까.
Seems they are. I don't have to stay in this nest anyway.
나가는 수고도 줄고 좋네?
Good for us. Saves us the trouble of packing up stuff to move. You're telling me we have to fight them? Literally just untargetable. And, okay. Block an attack whose dice value is 30 or greater once. Wonderful. Serum W? I take it I can't use that. Yep. Oh. Ready to someone wield the power of a singularity? No! I guess I just have to block that. I don't have anything that can go... I don't have anything that can go that high up. I just realized you don't even have health. All of your values are just empty. What? Oh, that looks sick. I hated it, but that looks sick. They literally aren't taking damage. Like they just.
아직 제대로 시작도 안 했는데 말이야.
Exhausted already? We have yet to expend any real effort.
처형자.
Executioner. I'll finish them.
아니,
Oh.
이제 얼굴을 비추는구나.
You showed up at last.
우리 어디서 만난 적 있었나?
You met before?
엔젤라가 조금만 버텨달라더니 널 깨우려고 그런 거였어?
So that's why Angela asked me to hang in there. Was to wake you up, huh?
기껏 돌아왔더니 별로 달갑지 않나 보네.
What, you ain't plays the CVC coming to save your ass?
불만이 있겠습니까?
Not complaining, ma'am.
됐어. 정신 차리고 일어나기나 해. 벌써 주저앉기나 하고 말이지.
Don't worry about it. Just pull yourself together and get up. It's too early to flop down, you know.
어쨌든 와줘서 고마워. 혼자서 버티는 건 불가능했을 거야.
Alright, thanks for coming. Definitely not gonna make it through this alone. Yes, you can fail this. I did notice that all the blue vial matched pretty darn well with the W. And yes, you can fail this. Wonderful.
한숨 놓겠어.
It's a relief to have you.
나도 끝까지 버틸 수 있다고 확신할 수는 없어.
Can't guarantee that I'll power through this either.
뭐 버틸 수 있을 만큼 막아볼 뿐이겠지.
We'll have to try and stop them for as long as we can.
너희끼리 힘을 합쳐도 변하는 건 없을 거란다.
Know that joining forces will not change the inevitable outcome of this.
다만 그 모습에 웃음을 금치 못하겠구나.
But instantly starts to fight back up at the beginning, of course. So you can't leave. Nevertheless, your efforts certainly are a joy to witness.
그래. 이 상황을 지켜보는 것도 나쁘지 않겠지만
Really, and indeed. Well, I would not mind to spectate the situation from a distance. Play smart and play to win. Okay.
이곳의 처리는 확실히 해야 하니 나도 함께하는 것이 좋겠지.
I must see to it that this place is dealt with thoroughly. So it'd be wise for me to participate.
일이 더 귀찮게 됐어.
And this has got more troublesome. Ah, crud. This die cannot be destroyed. Wonderful! Unaffected by power gain or loss. Target's current die cannot be recycled. Target's current die cannot be recycled. Line and thick line. Wonderful things. Oh, so it's basically no Durandal. Plasma serum for R, K, and W. I'm assuming... Well, W is blue. R is orange. And then K, I guess, is green? I don't remember if we've encountered K at all during this. Passes on team. This battle with 25% less HP, of course. Using common page, all dice on the page gain power against targets with slower speed. And it's just Geb's prowess now. Nice. And they still don't have passives. They're just stupid, I guess. Can't use that. Hope that this is enough. But we're unaffected by power gain loss. Oh, but actually... Work. Because that's +2 power. Never mind. Gotta play with the power provided by Black Silence. Yeah. Okay, I guess... We're gonna have to do this. What was I using? I was using Alice. Yeah, we can just tank blood pits. True. And in that case... I guess we go with that. Wasn't enough. On the other hand, was.
고립되어 구원받을 곳이 없으니 안타까운 모습이구나.
Isolated, without a way out. His state is nothing short of pitiful.
그래도 생각보다 오래 버텨줬단다. 이렇게 끝나버렸다.
We still managed to hold up for a greater deal of time than we anticipated. It's a shame that it must end this way.
이제
Now,
확실히 말이 길어진 틈이 보이는구나.
it is indeed true that verbosity leaves you vulnerable.
가리오.
꽤 오랜만에 들어보는 이름이고. 나를 위한 이름이 아니겠지만
I did notice that Bina did look a little bit different, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Okay, yeah, so she does look different. Okay. Back in the full outfit of the head, huh? It's a name I've not heard in a long while, although I suppose that name is not for me anymore.
이미 들은 바가 있지만 이렇게 늦게 맞이하러 나올 줄은 몰랐네.
Despite having received news of you, I didn't expect you to come out and greet us this late.
아니라 이제 온 거야.
Be so long.
잠시 너희의 모습을 지켜보았을 뿐이란다.
I was simply watching you from afar for a moment.
이 지경이 될 때까지.
Now, until we all got battered up,
나무라기 전에 몸부터 추스르려 한다. 곧 다시 시작해야 할 테니.
no longer degraded, Bina makes her entrance. Look after yourselves before you blame me. The strife will have resumed soon enough.
책임을 다하지 못한 거로 된 자가 이곳에서 잠이 들어 그들을 돕고 있네. 어리석게.
Not only did you fail to responsibly perform your duty, you have fallen asleep here and turned your back on us. Prudent of you.
하지만 책임을 묻는 건 나중으로 미뤄도 되겠지.
However, I suppose we can call you to account later.
본 네 무덤을 널 꺼낼 거니까.
He'll turn on your grave and extract you before long.
이제는 껍데기가 된 존재를 찾고 있는 모습이야. 안타까운 심정뿐이구나.
I can only pity you in your vain endeavor to seek an entity whose husk is all that remains.
차 한 잔? 준비해. 이제 곧 머지않았어.
Executioner, be prepared. It'll take place any minute now. I don't think they're actually losing HP and stuff. Serum R, of course. This is why we have Wheels Industry, I believe. And... Take a look at Bina. Start a scene, draw until 5 pages are in hand, speed 3. In your hand? Maybe? Oh, it's no longer degraded. It's just a lock, chain, pillar, berry, and shockwave. I can reroute this. With this one. Is much better light efficiency with the deck. Oh, it is. It is 0, huh? 0, restore 1 light. I'm going to assume we want to use lock here. Not that then. Slash will do basically nothing to you. First, second, and third dice got better values. Chain went 3 on both ends. Lock got an extra die. Okay, I think that'll work. Good. Unfortunate. Oh, of course, that's how that rolled. And I really screwed up the order of my pages there. Okay. Yep, there we go, there it is. Serum K. Cover 50 HP at the start of next scene. Your HP is actually going down, huh? Very careful, borrow with Bina. Okay. Unaffected by power gain and loss. Deranged properties on all of its dice. They deal the damage even if it was a ranged attack. I did notice that they just did the damage straight through it, which really freaking sucks. For the best there. Geb handles borrow. I'll roll in and Bina take on Zena. Okay. I'm gonna have to go and do something about that though. Gosh. I guess you can tank that. Store light on a page. Ooh. Set up Durandal, work towards Furiosa. Okay, there's Durandal. RMW. I think I need to do that. Okay. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say this won't actually stop you, but I'm gonna use it anyway in hopes that it will. That's good. Of course it didn't even... Is that all three? Try serum cocktail. I can manifest ego. Should manifest now? Okay. Next scene is the decider. Not exactly the greatest fan of that. I guess chain. And then fairy. Wheel. No. Peddler. Oh, but that's unaffected by power gain and loss. Alright, in that case... I really need you to survive, so I'm gonna have you do that. I don't know what to do. At least get rid of the slash. Stay mooking at Lear. Okay. Should I use Durandal? Use it for next scene? Okay. Just being sure. When you say use it for next scene, you mean use it so I can get the strength for next scene, right? Correct, okay. Here we go. Come on, game. You can do it. That's good. I don't know why we suddenly regained all of our stagger resist, but I'll take it. Please hit at least one of these. Gosh dang it. Didn't even change the thing. Okay. Esto. Okay. Okay, so I need to deal with this 27 to 30 mass summation. Blunt, the one thing Geb can't handle. Best check is spear. Yep. End it there, I guess. Onrush is going to be my best bet against Serum R. I can't redirect those. If I want to deal with them, I'm going to have to go with this. I'm gonna take a wild for Roland Furiosa. Okay. That's a bad idea. I'm assuming lock. Urbina? Block or pillar? One of the two. 18 minimum. Hmm. It's a 21 minimum. Pillar is the best one for masses. Oh gosh, I don't want to go and do that. Please roll high. Okay. Only Furiosa one. Oh, jeez. Okay, at least lock one there. Okay, their HP is actually go. Forgot about that. I forgot that you can just nullify Furiosa once. Oh, I'm a freaking idiot. Do you actually have to beat them? Like, genuine question, do you actually have to beat them? All I gotta do is live this turn, okay. Might be a bit rough. A lot of attacks away from everybody. Like as Geb or as Bina or as Geb, okay. Oh, I can't even use that, dang it. That wouldn't, yeah, no. I guess we can try. No harm in it, right? One's already going there. We may do a little bit of memeing here. And then do I just attack in general as everyone else? Or do I just leave them be? that up for next turn. I thought you said I just need a lid. You're a liar. It's if I'm wrong. Okay. I think all of this would be too expensive to warrant. Okay. Dang it.
뭐야? 이 진동은
Okay. What's up with this tremor?
아무래도 진행하려는 것 같군.
Looks like they're gonna press ahead with the plan.
파리온, 비록 바스러진 네 몸을 회수하지 못한 건 끝내 아쉽지만
Ariane, as much as it is a shame that we failed to retrieve your once crumpled body,
이제 시간이 다 되면
the end is nigh.
예정대로 이곳은 축출될 거란다. 도시로부터 떨어진 외곽 어딘가로 떠날 준비를 하렴.
This place will be expelled as planned. Prepare to be sent to the outskirts, a truly great distance from the city.
너희가 원래 있어야 했을 곳으로 돌아갈 뿐.
Forget not fear. You are simply being relocated to where you belong.
그리고 다시 돌아오지만 말렴나. 도시는 너희를 위한 자리를 내어줄 수 없단다.
I only ask that you do not return. The city cannot leave room for beings such as you.
지금은 우리가 손수 너희를 외곽으로 보내주겠지만 다시 도시로 돌아오면 이런 성의를 무시하는 거로 판단할 거야.
For now, we shall kindly move you to the outskirts. But should you return to the city, we would consider it such that you have chosen to disregard our kindness.
부디 있어야 할 곳에 얌전히 있어주기를.
So mark my words well and stay where you rightfully belong. Okay. So what I'm understanding is technically they could come back later when they're stronger.
10, 9, 8.
The expulsion will begin in 10, 9, 8.
외곽은 실제로 보니 더 황량하네.
The outskirts look much more barren than I had imagined.
뭐 그렇지. 이제 어떻게 해야 할까?
I guess that's how it is here. Now, what to do?
계속 살아갈 거야. 그리고 바꿀 거야.
I plan to live on. I plan to change.
바꾼다니?
Change what?
내 복수를 멈춘 건 아니야. 마음은 아직 여전해.
Well, my vengeance hasn't ceased entirely. I'm still eager to see it through.
책도 계속 쓸 거고 도서관의 운영도 다시 해볼 거야.
I'll continue to write books and reopen the library at some point.
물론 당장은 아니겠지만.
It likely won't resume immediately, though.
뭐?
Really?
대신 방향을 새로 잡아봤어.
Before anything else, I've decided to change course.
분노를 쏟아야 할 대상을 제대로 마주할 거야.
From now on, I'll properly face who I should direct my anger at.
너와 내가 겪은 비극과 고통이 도시에서는 숨쉬듯 반복하겠지.
Tragedy and suffering, not like what we went through, would keep happening on a daily basis in the city.
그렇다면 고통이 반복할 수밖에 없는 이유를 알아내고 싶어.
Thus, if that's the case, I want to know why such pain is perpetuated.
그렇지 않으면 내 억울함과 분노는 평생 사라지지 않을 것 같아.
I don't think I'll ever be able to part with my resentment and wrath otherwise.
네가 말한 수레바퀴 말이구나.
Oh yeah. I like the whole treadmill thing you mentioned.
도시 사람으로서 한마디 하자면 그 길이 쉽지는 않을 거야.
Word of advice from former city folk. Won't be an easy road to take.
도저히 어디서부터 손댈지 감도 안 올 거라고.
You'd have no idea where to even start.
물이 위에서 아래로 흐르듯 인간이 가득한 도시에서 비극과 폭력 그리고 상실은 당연한 이치라고 생각해.
If you ask me, it's as natural as water flowing. In a city full of humans, tragedy, violence, and loss follow as a matter of course.
그래도 할 거야. 꽤 머나먼 길을 걷겠지만
I'm still going to give it a shot, even though the journey will be quite long.
이게 내가 할 수 있는 속죄의 길 중 하나겠지.
Perhaps this is one of the ways I can repent for what I've done.
물론 도서관도 지금까지와는 다른 방식으로 운영할 거야.
Of course, the library will be run in a different way from how it was up to now.
그것도 이거고 이것도 그거니까.
That is this, and this is that. Sure, close enough.
그것도 이거고 이것도 그거라.
That is this, and this is that, huh?
그럼 종이에 적은 것들은?
What about your list then?
상황이 바뀌었으니 다시 생각해야겠어.
Since the circumstances have changed, I'll have to rethink my wishes.
아쉽게도 이런 몸이라 미트 스튜의 맛은 못 느끼겠지만
Sadly, I won't be able to taste that sick meat stew with this body.
진짜 아쉽구만.
That's a huge shame.
그건 그렇고 이제 이야기해 줄 수 있지 않아?
She didn't say putting that aside. She said, well, that's that. I recognize that. I've learned that phrase enough. But I'll rate it as it says. Putting that aside, isn't it time you let me in on your secret now?
무엇을?
What do you mean?
네가 이곳에 와서 가장 놀랐던 거.
The biggest surprise you've had here.
아, 그거. 용케 기억하네.
Oh, that. You somehow remembered it.
뭐든 기억하니까.
I can remember anything, you know.
정말 개인적인 건데.
This one's really personal.
시간은 많으니 대답할 때까지 몇 년이고 기다릴게.
We have all the time in the world. I can wait years for your answer.
알겠어.
Alright, fine.
난 책을 써보고 싶었어.
I actually wanted to write a book
내가 본 도시와 사람에 대해 말이야.
about what I'd seen of the city and its people.
글재주는 영 없어서 진작에 포기했지만
Though I gave up because I had no talent in writing whatsoever.
도저히 누구에게 보여줄 수 있는 글이 아니더라고.
My writing was just too crude. I couldn't show it to anyone.
궁금한 걸?
I'd love to give it a read.
웃으려면 웃어. 나 따위가 글을 쓰고 싶어 하다니 웃기겠지.
Laugh at me what you want. Grown man like me wanting to write books. I'd laugh at myself too.
웃기지 않아. 놀랍긴 해도.
It's not laughable at all. Though I do find it surprising.
도시와 사람들의 삶을 기록한다라.
According to the city and the lives of its people, huh? Okay, I feel like the scene's about to change. I just want to say I really like how her shirt looks in this. I like this color of purple and the pink.
절대 다른 사서들에게는 말하지 마. 너만 알고 있어줘.
Don't tell the other librarians. It stays between you and me, alright? Keep it zipped.
좋아. 그럼 이번에는 같이 책을 써볼까? 롤란?
Alright. Shall we write the book together this time, Roland?
저야 영광이죠, 관장님.
It would be my honor, Miss Director.
틀렸어. 그게 아니잖아?
Wrong. Try again. You should know by now that's not the right way to address me, don't you?
나야 좋지, 엔젤라.
Sounds good to me. Well, That's this. And this is that. Crowd rewards with the exception of the black silence and the reverberation ensemble. Oh ho ho ho! So they specifically designed this with mods in mind then, I'm assuming? Because there would be no reason for you to go and use these. Look at Climax. 150. Usable on and after the third scene. This page is exhausted on use and returns to hand after 4 scenes. What in the world? That is stupid. That is just ridiculous. Very fitting for Oswald. Very fitting for Oswald. And the Unity cards are now a deck style. I was reading those for a moment, yeah. For this scene, all of their allies gaining a Unity page, or all of their allies using a Unity page gain a slash die on the page. Gain a block die that comes first. Gain +1 power. That's awesome. Freaking awesome. Oh. Hammer and... oh, jeez, okay. Hammer and nail. When she drives the nail with her hammer, the crack in the mine will grow too wide and shatter completely. Upon a successful pierce attack, inflict 1 nail to the target. If any character with nails is hit by a blunt attack, they take bonus damage equal to 5 times the amount of nails on them, then all stacks of nails are removed. Leer. The girl remains silent. She would simply glare at the core of one's inner side with her deep eyes. Single ally deals and takes twice as much physical damage. Guilt. However, when she met a person carrying guilt or fear, the girl revealed the nail and hammer she had been hiding behind her back. A single ally reduces incoming stagger damage by 1 to 3, and when hit, the attacker takes stagger damage equal to the amount of physical damage this character received. Let's see. So you can make yourself just an absolute glass cannon. Take double physical damage and deal physical damage there. Or deal stagger damage equivalent to the physical damage taken. Purge strength, endurance, protection, and stagger protection from target. Lose half of current HP, give 1 strength to all allies next scene. All of users' pages cost 1 more the next scene. Oh, and it only costs 1. Okay, dang. Feeble and bind on each hit. 3 random enemies are inflicted with a random status ailment from paralysis, feeble, disarm, bind, and fragile. Now then, is that actually it? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Credits, options, continue, new game. Okay, so nothing has changed there. All the same. Well, I think credits are new. I think I can now view the credits, which I wasn't able to before. Oh man. Congrats for real this time. What a game. What a game. Now, we have a little bit of time left, and I'm willing to go a little bit over today, even though I do still have to, you know, function tomorrow. But I'm willing to go a little bit over. Shall we start up Limbus Company and talk a little bit about the game in the meantime? Time to roll Limbus account? Indeed it is. I like it. I like it. All right, hold on. Let me hop on over here to this. Yes, indeed, we should. All right. I should probably mute that just in case. Oh man, what a freaking game. That makes it sound like it's bad. No. I freaking love that. That is definitely going down as one of my favorites. I don't know what position it sits in because that I feel like every single time someone asks me, those positions shift a little. But man, that was incredible, absolutely incredible. Want to hide the bottom right to not dox yourself. Okay, noted. I take it my email's going to be down there, something like that, huh? At least for the login screen. Okay, I'll just keep it on the BRB for a moment then. Is there a way that I can make this full screen, or does it have to stay in windowed? Also, I'm gonna mute Estina. Sorry, Estina, I really like what Isaac Wolf did with your theme, but... Look at that. I'm sorry, I'll just keep it on the BRB. You need to rock it in windowed until you get access to the menu for real? Okay. Oh man. Sign in with Steam. Believe it or not, I agree. Because they actually released some of this stuff beforehand and I was able to read it. Uh-oh. That's the download data. Okay, hopefully this doesn't break anything. Ooh. My Wi-Fi just doesn't like upload and download at the same time. I say my Wi-Fi, my internet. I'm on Ethernet. I'm on wired. Oh man, this title theme. Yep, there it goes. Give it a moment. Give it just a moment. I know people can't hear me. But give it a moment. It'll come back. It'll come back. Should be back. Should be coming back now. Should have just reconnected in a moment. Oh, that's so cool. I love this freaking loading screen because it's all the... Oh, it's all the stuff that we've just seen. You guys couldn't hear anything that I was saying. I'm sorry. Like I said, for some reason, the Ethernet will only do upload or download. It can't do both at the same time. Hopefully that will change in a week. We currently have construction going on right now to go and swap over like the physical components that are needed to go and swap ISPs. So hopefully it's still dying. Okay, never mind. It looks so cool though. I'll show it, but I'm gonna dox myself if I do. Something's gonna pop up and it's gonna be like, here's your email. Oh, you know what? I do also need to change you need to change this. Are we back? I don't know if it needs to... It keeps on saying that it needs to download, and then it's done, and then it needs to download, and then it's done. So I don't know. It may be. It may not be. Forgive me if it cuts out again. Yeah, see, it says downloading map right now. We might drop in a moment. There's 11 different things to download, and it's currently on 5 of 11. Yeah. It's going to download in segments, so we might cut in and out a bit here. One, I love this freaking theme. It's so cool. And two, all the artwork is freaking sick. Again. I specifically freaking just... the character art. Mwah. Perfect. Character art for... I can't say anything about Lobotomy Corporation because I haven't seen anything yet. Though I'm just going to lump it in because I'm pretty darn sure it's going to be the same. Character art for all of... like, pretty... perfect. Library of Ruina, it was nice. Right here, I'm seeing clips and pieces of it, and I've seen it in trailers and stuff like that. Nice. Very, very, very excited. Also have nice background info. Do you want me to get... should I read the info, like, out loud? While we're loading? I kind of figured it was just backstory for stuff that we've already seen, but... I suppose I should read it, huh? Should I read it? I don't know. Sure it doesn't hurt? Alright. The city and its nests. We understand the unique situation you find yourself in, Executive Manager. Allow us to lay down a number of key facts about our world here. In case you become unfamiliar with your surroundings, we live in a massive city, divided into 26 districts. Each district has a central area called a nest, whose inhabitants are under the protection of a corporate entity overseeing the district, much like a bird brooding its eggs. Alas, the corporate's protection doesn't extend beyond the nest's boundaries. The dwellers of the back streets have to fend for themselves. The wings. This term does not refer to a bird's bodily structure. However, one can't deny that a wing's role resembles that of a bird caring for its nest. The wings are a collective term when used to refer to the 26 biggest conglomerates in the city. These wings contribute to the quality of life in the city via astounding technological... Oh, man, it's gone. Oh. Yo, that looks so good!
이제 알았어?
Wait.
뛰어봤자 벼룩이라는 걸.
Wait. Oh. It's not gonna automatically gain detect. Give me a moment. Where's a window capture? Where's window capture? Limbus. Yeah, sure, that works. Gosh, I don't remember how to do this. Fit screen. Oh, my head's gone. Why is my head gone? Why does it have transparency? Oh gosh, what have I done? What why does the game, why does it have transparency? What? Why? Sure, screw it. Why not? It works. Do you see now? You can't run from us. Me? You dare interrupt me as I was engraving the... You must be out of your...
엄밀히 따져보면 스승님이 하려는 게 도시의 금기는 아니더라.
If we're being technical, what our master has planned apparently isn't one of the city's taboos.
아무도 시도할 생각조차 못했던 그런 일이라고 해야 하나?
It's just the kind of thing that no one has ever dared to consider. You catch my drift?
어라? 근데 이 녀석
Screen isn't updating. Of course it's not. It's scuffed, it's fine. Why? How? Maybe? Alright, how about now? We good? Does that update? It looks like it's updated on my side. It was good? Okay. It was good. I am so sorry it is scuffed. I didn't want to open it because I wanted first reactions and all that, but I probably should have tested this. Oh, would you look at that?
그 사이에 머리를 갈아 끼웠군. 원래 당신 같은 자들은 준비성조차 철저한가?
You managed to get a different head in so fast. People like you always come prepared. I'm a clock. So this is me. I am a clock. Okay. Just wait till I get the... There'll be no match for my...
아무래도 저 대가리엔 입까지는 없는 모양인데?
Guess the new noggin doesn't come with a mouth, huh?
응. 째깍거리는 소리만 들리네. 속에서는 비명이라도 지르는 걸까?
Yep. Ticking is all I hear. You think they're screaming on the inside?
째깍대는 소리가 빨라지는 걸 보니 아파하기는 하나 봐.
It's ticking faster, so I guess I can still feel pain. Damn it. Why am I being attacked? Not good. Memories are dissolving already. It was done too quick.
뭐야? 이젠 잠잠하네. 그럼 슬슬 끝내자.
What? They've gone quiet already. Let's get this over with.
늑대, 여긴 누구도 오지 않고 누구도 볼 수 없는 곳이야. 뭐가 그리 급해?
Well, this is a place no one visits, and somewhere no one can see. What's the hurry?
우린 가르침을 따라야 해. 시간을 끌어서는 안 되니까.
We must follow her teachings. We can't drag on any longer.
그렇지만 우리가 살면서 언제 이런 녀석을 죽여보겠어?
Yeah, but this is the moment of a lifetime. We're not gonna get a second chance to kill someone of this caliber.
사자, 너는 일을 할 때 너무 감정적이야. 공과 사는 구분하면 좋겠군.
Lion, you have a tendency to grow too emotional during your jobs. I hope you show some discretion.
얼굴을 보고 싶었는데 아쉽게 됐어. 당신의 별이 어디 있는지는 알려주지 않겠지.
Shame. I wanted to have a look at your face. I reckon you won't tell us where your star is, right? Hee hee hee. What a freaking coincidence that that's just the way that they name things here. Like hell I am. I'm taking location to the grave with... all the different variations of ticking. It's so weird. That's not it's weird because I've heard most of them before, because surprise surprise, a lot of clocks tick. So I just have specific memories with like different ticking sounds, and it's weird that each one of them instills a different feeling in me, like a different memory. Damn it, where was it supposed to be again? My memories are escaping me too quickly.
그렇군. 입이 없었지.
Right, no mouth.
자연히 그것을 찾을 방법도 이자에게선 얻을 수 없겠군.
Which in turn means we won't learn how to acquire it from this person.
그럼 이제 끝내도 돼?
Can I end them now?
그래.
Sure.
이거 무슨 소리야? 표범, 설마 뒤에다가 추적자들을 달고 온 거야?
Hey, what's that noise? Don't tell me. Panther, did you allow yourself to be tracked?
아니, 쫓아올 자는 아무도 없었어. 짐승일 확률은
There was no one that could have pursued me. Perhaps a wild animal.
짐승 소리가 아니야. 이건
This is not the sound a beast would make. It's... a bus? A Limbus.
저런 게 어떻게 여기까지 굴러 들어왔지?
How did it even end up here?
조난당한 버스인가 본데?
Must have taken a wrong turn?
길을 잘못 든 죄값은 생각보다 무거울 테.
The price they'll pay for taking the wrong road will be heavier than they expect. I mean, it's a a bus. It's a bus, lady. I don't know what you expected.
사자가 밀린 거야?
Is that Angela's voice actor? Invested lie in strength?
여전히 내 눈이 틀림없다면 당신은 영광의 항구에 이르겠지.
If my eyes are still right, then you won't reach the harbor of glory. Who are you? That nameplate says Faust?
어두운 숲에서 길을 잃었군요.
You've lost your way in a dark forest. I'm sorry, what?
하지만 당신은 두렵지 않았어요. 왜일까요?
Yet you were not overcome with fear. Why was that? That's... I could simply lift my head to find the star.
그래요.
That's right.
이제 그 형상을 되뇌면서 제가 하는 말을 마음으로 외치세요.
Now, repeat with the heart what I tell you aloud as you remind yourself of that image.
너의 별을 따라가거라.
Follow your star. Follow your star. At that moment, I felt a sudden thump in my head. Followed by the sting of several chains penetrating my chest. Limbus sweep. I'm sorry, I had to make the joke. I've just seen memes about it everywhere. I had to make the joke, and it's all using this image.
걱정하지 마세요. 정말로 심장을 못 쓰게 된 게 아니니까.
Relax. Unsurprisingly, Dante is a good character. Is that the character's name? Is Dante? Relax. Though it may feel otherwise, your heart is still functional.
이것으로 계약은 완료되었습니다.
Spinner 2. With this, the pact has been sealed.
단테, 이제 저희는 당신의 시간이
Okay, my question has been
계속되었습니다.
answered. Dante, from this day forth, we are bound to your time. What do you...
이제 저희의 심장이 멎고 뛰면 당신의 시각이 어디 위치하는지에 따라 달렸습니다.
The beating of our hearts now depends on where your hands fall.
잘 부탁드려요.
I hope you'll make a fine leader. Hour?
정말 이걸로 된 건가요?
Is that really everything?
사과 한 알이 떨어졌어.
A single apple has fallen.
이 사람은 아직도 이상한 소리만 하네.
This guy's still not making any sense.
찌뿌둥해. 이제 움직여도 되는 거지?
Jeez, the weight was killing me. Want to same action now?
뭐 몸을 풀어보는 것도 나쁘진 않겠지.
Well, I guess we could use a little warm up. There's the cockroach.
불쌍하게 나뒹굴고 있는 저것은 뭐지? 우리의 마지막 대원이 될 자인가?
What is that wretch miserably writhing on the ground? Are they to be the newest addition on the team?
말 조심하는 게 좋을 걸. 우리 상사가 될 뿐이래.
You might want to watch your words. I heard that there's soon to be boss.
습격은 순식간이었을 텐데 용케 머리를 숨겼군요.
The attack must have happened in an instant. I'm impressed you managed to hide your head. Who are you people? And what's up with this bus?
우리는 당신을 돕기 위해 찾아온 정의의 사자들이고 이건 원하는 곳은 어디든 갈 수 있는 마술 버스죠.
We are the bearers of justice who have come to aid you. And this is the magical bus that takes us wherever we wish to go. I'm sorry, magical bus has been ruined because of my childhood of watching the magic school bus. Justice? Bus? I don't...
그런 대답을 바라는 거 아니었어요? 그렇게 생각하는 쪽이 마음 편할 테니.
Wasn't what you expected to hear? Either way, you're better off believing us to be your saviors.
시간도 없고 유리한 상황도 아니니까 천천히 하지만 한 번만 설명하죠.
We're racing against time and the situation isn't in our favor, so let me explain this once. Okay, after some time passed, okay. I was like, that's a problem. I think I'm gonna have to turn off the model. Stuff is breaking. I'm sorry, I'm gonna turn it off again. It'll probably get better once we can actually run the thing full screen. And it's not having you do a funky window capture. So if I'm not mistaken here, and I do as you've asked, the total strangers will fight for me?
맞아요. 당신이 올바르게 명령을 내린다면요.
Correct. So long as you give them the right orders. Alright, so we'll kill these arrogant vandals dead. And I'll go back to where I was. Where I was... And... what was I doing? Is that when I did that? Something extremely important was upon me. Something I shouldn't forget.
진정해요. 그 머리로 기억이 온전할 리가.
Calm down. It's only natural to happen with your current head.
지금은 눈앞에 놓인 전투에 집중하죠, 단테.
You should focus on the struggle at hand, Dante.
뭐라고 불러야 할지.
Well, pardon. I'm not quite sure I'm not sure how I should address you.
시계 지휘관님?
Would Commander
전투
Clock
명령을 내려주십시오.
suffice? Please address me as Commander Clock. That is hilarious.
뭘 명령까지야. 각계 전투밖에 답이 없지 않나?
Do we really need orders? Seems like going one-on-one is the only way.
저기요.
Hey!
뭘 쑥덕대고 있는 거야? 다 으스러뜨리면 그만이잖아.
Quit running off your mouths. We just need to crush them all.
최선을 다해 주세요, 단테.
Please, do your best, Dante. There's no two ways about it, I suppose. Here we go. This is scuffed. I'm guessing now we get introduced to combat. This is such a cool looking loading screen as well. Music time, baby! Time for combat, alright. Uh-oh. No. Don't do that. Don't you dare. Get rid of that not responding. No. Don't you dare. Okay. Yeah. Let me show you the basics of management and command. You can give orders to sinners by connecting or chaining skills on the dashboard at the bottom of the screen. Try pressing this gear on the left. Mirror, form a chain of skills all the way to the gear on the right. Do I need to follow this path? Oh, game does not like this. You form a chain of skills, press the right gear to begin.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
This one is a rough basic overview. Okay. I was gonna say, I'm not seeing much of, like, details or stuff like that. Won't get too many details. Okay. This being a powerful attack, let's form the proper chain for it. Yeah, I'm seeing a bunch of numbers that I do not know. Chain 2 or more skills to the same affinity this turn, you will cause resonance. Resonance boosts damage of skills with the same sin affinity, their color. In other words, the damage of the skill is boosted by the number of skills that came before it.
곡들을 제거하겠소.
Wouldn't it have been better if we did all blue then? Music is sick, though. That's enough. We must strike them even harder. Try chanting our skills again. Chanting 3 or more of the same affinity in direct succession, you will cause absolute resonance. There's 4 blue right there. Fine. We just covered. I didn't mean to click that. Can I review that? No. Nope, okay. Oh, one of them is light blue, not the same color blue. Oh gosh, okay, that's gonna be difficult for me to see. Find the yellow stagger thresholds on the health bars of both your sinners and enemies. When attack puts a unit's HP below one of the yellow line thresholds, they will become staggered. While staggered, all physical resistance is changed to fatal. If the unit's HP drops past multiple stagger thresholds in a single turn, their stagger level will increase. The stagger level can go up to 3, and as it increases, the damage this unit takes is amplified. Probably should have chosen a different color for those two. Yeah. Staggered enemy, now keep the fight with what we've been taught. Okay. So, oh, I guess I can see it. Okay, I can see the 2 different colored blues now. You say that should work well, right? I guess I don't really know what the difference is. So it doesn't really change much. Okay. Okay.
행동을 개시합니다.
That's nice. I take it that is a forced loss. That's I'm seeing 999s everywhere. Or I did see a couple of things that looked like 999.
이해가 되지 않는군. 이런 것들에게 사자가 당했다고.
I don't get it. This is what Lion struggled against?
잠깐만.
Whoa, hold on.
방금까지 싸웠던 사람이 말하긴 그렇지만 이건 대화로 풀 수 있는...
Really winnable flashbacks. I know this is kind of weird coming from someone you were just fighting, but I'm pretty sure we can talk this out.
이건
This
이상적이지 않소.
is unideal.
처음부터 말이 안 되는 싸움이라고 생각했는데
I know it was a ridiculous idea to put up a fight against them.
다들 장난해? 난 시작도.
Well, kidding, I haven't even. What the hell is going on? You said you'll fight in my stead.
이겨준다는 말은 안 했어요.
We never promised to win said fights. What?
그리고 저만 남았네요.
It seems that I'm the only survivor. Okay, so you were waiting for this? You have some hidden card up your sleeve, right?
비장의 수라기보단 그저
Not necessarily a trump, no. Rather,
별을 따라가는 거죠.
it's about following the star. What does it say? Does it say Walpurgi Snock? It's like the Devil's Tea Party or something like that, right? That's what that is? Walpurgi Snock, or like the Night of the Devil, something along those lines, right? Can't remember fully what it is.
단체로 자살놀이라도 하는 건가? 썩 유쾌하진 않군.
What is this, some kind of suicidal performance? Not the funnest lives to end. What am I supposed to do? They jumped in triumphantly only to die like flies. I can't remember a thing about the passage, so repeat what she said. Is this how I die?
뱀에게 전해라, 거짓 사자.
Tell the servant this, false lion.
이건 막을 수 없는 흐름이라고.
This flow cannot be stopped.
붉은색. 왜?
Red? But why?
내가 왜 팔다리만 잘라낸 줄 아나?
Do you know why I just only dismembered those two?
그래야 사지 멀쩡한 네가 저들을 데리고 허둥지둥 이곳을 벗어날 테니까.
At least one of you needs to be able to carry the rest out of here. Stigma workshop weaponry, I see. I think that's what that is. Given that it's glowing and it's burning.
달아난 팔과 다리를 대체해줄 놈이 너밖에 없으니.
And you're the only one left to offer them any help.
붉은 시선.
The red gaze.
그렇게 노려보지 마. 네 놈들이 해놓은 짓에 비하면 별것도 아니잖아.
Don't glare at me like that. This is nothing compared to what you did.
그 정도 부상이면 위에서도 충분히 할 일을 했다고 생각할 거다. 헌장처럼 여기라고.
With wounds like those, I'm sure your boss will consider what you did, that you did your part. Consider them a medal of honor.
아니면
Unless
여기서 명줄을 놓고 싶은가?
you want this to be the end of your life? Who are you one of them? You're too late. They're already...
늦은 건 아무것도 없습니다, 단테.
No one is too late, Dante.
우리에게 필요한 건 오직
There is only one thing we need.
되돌릴 시간뿐이니까.
A little time to rewind. Suddenly overwhelmed by a sharp pain in my chest, as though my heart were being torn asunder. Followed by flashes in the ribs, intestines, stomach, and lungs. Engulfed in a deluge of torment, twisting and squeezing my entire body, I let out an agonizing scream. You... Ugh. In my fading consciousness, the only thing I could perceive was the deceased flesh reconstructing in a bizarre manner.
앞으로도 끝내주게 고통스러울 겁니다, 단테.
You'll suffer plenty from now on, Dante. And the voice of the man with red eyes. Oh, what a friggin' intro. Yeah, more music. I hear the howl of a beast somewhere. It cries ceaselessly. Is it wailing out of hunger? Or...
움찔움찔거려. 일어난 걸까?
They're being itchy-twitchy. Did they get up? Aboard Mephistopheles.
드디어 정신을 차렸군. 버티지 못하고 골러갔으면 조금 실망할 뻔했어.
Awake at last. Would have been a tad bit disappointed if you croaked on us.
상쾌한 아침. 나는야 버스기사 카런.
Fresh morning. This is Karen, the bus driver. Fair enough. Like the what's the name? The boatman? Is that the term on of the river Styx? One who carries, uses, who pilots. You know what I'm talking about. Take souls to the afterlife on their boat. You'd be right. Okay. At least you guys understood. I could not formulate words.
아침은 아니지만 상쾌하긴 하겠어. 기분이 어떻습니까, 단테?
It's not morning, but I could guess it's refreshing. You feel, Dante? Well,
제각거리는군. 의사소통이 안 되는 건 제법 곤란한데.
Tick-tocking like a clock. Some language barrier this is.
저는 베르길리우스라고 합니다. 이 말이 제대로 들린다면 무언가 이해했다는 행동이라도 취하시죠, 단테.
You may call me Vergilius. If you can understand what I'm saying, give me some kind of reaction, Dante. I gave him a quick nod since he didn't seem hostile.
좋아, 듣는 것엔 문제가 없군. 일단 출발하지, 카론.
Good. At least your hearing is functional. Let's ride, Charon.
출발할게. 부릉부릉.
That's adorable. Now departing. Vroom vroom. There's a heavy roar and vibrations as though they echoed from the bottom of a deep mire. It was then that I realized I was aboard a bus. Bus? I can't be sure if I've ever ridden such a vehicle in the past.
당신이 누구였는지는 기억합니까?
You remember who you were? I shook my head to say no. I had been reminded that my head was now a clinking mechanism.
원래 기억을 되찾고 싶겠군. 그렇지 않나?
I suppose you want your memory back, am I right? I nodded. And I sure felt like an idiot.
아, 매끄럽군. 다들 이렇게 몸짓으로만 말하면 안 되는 건가?
Smooth as it gets. What's to stop the rest of you from adopting this gesture-based communication?
어떻게 생각하지, 파우스토 씨?
Any words of yours, Miss Faust?
파우스트는 사양하고 싶어요.
Also kindly turn down the offer.
저희가 매끄럽게 몸을 움직일 수 있는 상황이 그렇게 많지는 않을 것 같으니까요.
I doubt we'll have that much freedom of our own bodies most of the time. She's the one who spoke to me back in the forest. Her silver hair that glistens without even without sunlight gives off a rather mysterious air.
단테.
Dante. Come to think of it, the red-eyed man has been calling me that too.
단테는 당신의 이름이에요. 이름까지 잊으셨군요.
Dante is your name. The amnesia must be affecting you rather severely. Looks like it. That doesn't sound like a familiar word.
점차 익숙해질 거랍니다.
You'll get used to it in time. Wait, you can understand me. That group that attacked me earlier, and that Vergi, or whatever he was called, seemed to hear nothing but ticking from me.
파우스트에게는 제대로 된 단어로 들린답니다.
How else can hear what you intend to speak? You really can't? But how? I don't even have a real mouth.
그런 구시대적인 발상은 머리를 바꾸어서 생긴 건가요?
Outdated ideas must be one of the side effects that came with your head replacement.
성대나 혀 따위의 발성기관이 있어야만 대화를 할 수 있다는 건 시대착오적인 이야기죠.
It's anachronistic to think that vocal organs such as chords or tongue are necessary to participate in conversation. Anachronistic. Right. Never considered that.
당신의 말은 한 사람에게만 보낼 수도 있고 모두에게 전달할 수도 있답니다.
You can limit the recipient of your words to one person, or choose to speak to everyone at once.
모두라는 말은 수정해야겠군요. 수감자들에게만 해당하는 이야기예요.
A little clarification. When I say everyone, I am only referring to the sinners. Sinners.
당신의 뒤에 앉아 있는
People who have taken seats behind you.
방금까지 당신을 대신해서 싸운 사람들을 말하는 겁니다.
They're the ones who fought in your stead until moments ago.
그대가 이 여정을 함께할 마지막 조각인가? 얼마나 기다렸는지 모르네.
What ho! So thou art the final piece that completes our journey's cast. Oh, I yearned for this moment.
아, 형씨. 머리통은 어디다가 팔아넘겼어?
Say, pal, where'd you sell your old cranium off?
당신이었군요. 당신 덕에 박살나 있던 척추가 말끔하게 돌아왔어요. 혹시 둥지에서 의사 일이라도 했나요?
So was you. Thanks for putting my spine back into one piece. Were you a surgeon or something in the...
다들 닥쳐라. 잡음이 겹치는 것만큼 불쾌한 것도 없으니.
Hey bro, thanks for bringing me back from the dead and fixing my frickin' spine. Thanks for fixing my spine, bro. Ishmael Bedsitter. Oh man, I can already tell I'm gonna love this cast. This is gonna be great. Everyone quiet. Nothing is more displeasing than to hear a choir of noises.
자기 소개가 필요한 시점인가 보군.
I suppose you owe them all a brief introduction. Oh, hold on, I read that backwards. I suppose you all owe them a brief introduction.
그럼 가벼운 인사를 나눌 시간을 주겠다. 앞에 앉은 것부터 시작.
I'll give you time to make yourselves known, starting with the closest one. Come on.
에이, 왜 이름은 항상 앞자리부터인지. 앞에 나서는 이제 진절머리가 나는데.
Why is it always the ones in front I go first? I'm sick of taking any sort of lead now.
당신이 우리를 이끌... 아, 뭐더라? 관리자라고 하던데.
I heard you were gonna be our boss. Or, yeah, our manager. Manager. New title.
그래. 그래서 어떤 인물인지 굉장히 궁금했는데 말이야.
Yep, which is why I was real curious to meet you and...
역시 뭔가 말을 만드는 건 어려워.
Forming the right sentences is tough work.
머리통은 어디 팔아먹었는지 모르겠지만 저마다 사정은 있는 법이니까.
Don't know what you did with your old head, but I guess everyone has their story.
나는 그레고르라고 한다. 잘 부탁한다고 관리자 양반.
Here is also Bedsitter. As far as I understand, Everyone is best sinner according to the internet. I'm Gregor. We're in this together, manager bud. Ooh. Gregor, this sinner is relatively easy to handle in terms of personality. However, an upsurge in emotion or sudden change of environment may cause parts of his whole body to transform into insectile, noticeably akin to a carapace, resembling that of the blank tissues. If you do not wish to be a rude manager, not that you're obliged to be nice, I recommend keeping your facial expression in check so that your disgust is not visible to him. Sometimes he uses cynical language, but he can still be reasoned with. And if you can get around him without much difficulty as long as you learn the knack of it.
그래, 양반이 뭐야 양반이. 이제부터 우리한테 엄청난 돈을 가져다 줄 사람한테.
Greg, they're just your butter pal. You're talking to the person that'll make us filthy rich.
그래?
Greg? Rich? What's that about?
양반보다는 단테. 이름으로 부를게. 당신도 나를 로제라고 불러.
Let's see, what's better? Dante, don't mind me if I call you by name. You can call me Rhodia. What language is that? Is that Russian? The only thing I can think of is because of that right there, that one character. Otherwise, I have no clue. I don't know if that's fully Russian, though. It is Russian? Okay, cool. The unfortunate traits of being Backstreet's born are apparent in this sinner. She loves money, gambling, and betting, so it is advised to pay close attention to her as a manager. She tends to deflect orders with an unimpressive wink or silly joke. I recommend taking a stern stance at times to remind her that you are her superior. Her maid may be down at irregular intervals, and there is nothing you can do to aid her in that state, so I recommend just waiting for it to pass.
난 당신이 우리의 관리자가 된 데 이유가 있다고 믿어.
It literally references crime and punishment. Oh, interesting. I think there's a good reason you became our manager.
분명 원래는 둥지에 굉장한 사람이었겠지. 그때 버릇을 조금만 내비쳐도 우리한테 돈이 주르륵 들어올 생각을 하니?
I'm sure. You used to be a big deal back in the nest, right? When your old habits start coming back, we'll be much closer to rolling in the dough. She does have sociability. I'll give her that.
아차, 내 정신 좀 봐. 예, 다음은 네 차례야.
Gosh, look at me keeping on. Hey kid, it's your turn next.
안녕하세요.
Good day.
시시해. 그게 끝이야?
Aw, boring. That's it?
싱클레어라고 해요.
Oh, I am Sinclair. Even with the volatile nature of human growth around his age taken into consideration, this sinner seems to be yet particularly startled or frowned when spoken to. He isn't used to real combat in the moment, meaning that he may struggle to keep himself together at the sight of something as mild as spilled innards at first. As there may be those with violent tendencies among your crew, we recommend taking an approach focused on positive reinforcement with this sinner. He appears to possess a murderous gaze that he himself isn't aware of. This is a hopeful sign he has the potential to grow into an expert of our company's profession with the right stimuli. I get the general feeling I'm just going to like you. Like, there's just an odd feeling that I have that I'm going to like you. This boy looks awfully unnerved. Did he join this company of his own accord?
더 해야 할 말이 있나요? 회사는 처음이라.
Is there anything else I need to say? I've never worked for a company before.
뭐, 앞으로 남은 날은 많을 테니까.
Well, you'll learn the ropes in the coming days.
그럼 거기 괴짜 친구가 다음 타자하자.
Okay then, how about you next, nerdy pal?
이상이라.
I'm also going to like you. I can feel it in my bones. Especially if he's called the nerdy one. I'm going to enjoy this. I am Yusong. Fair enough. Formerly the youngest chief researcher at the Redacted Wing, The sinner possesses higher intelligence compared to most others. We estimate that everyday conversation with the sinner will prove difficult for managers selected by a current screening process. Avoiding communication altogether will pose a risk on its own, however. If the sinner remains silent for a long time, that means he is currently processing a line of deliberate thought. I recommend waiting patiently for him. And that's it.
이상해요.
No smoke or mirrors. I waited for him to reveal that he was pulling a prank or something. But he just stared vacantly into the window, disinterested. I like you.
답답하네요. 사회생활의 첫걸음은 인사잖아요.
I can't believe you people. Aren't proper introductions the first step to being a member of society?
저를 이스마일이라고 불러주세요.
Call me Ishmael, if you please. You may be disheartened by the defective state of many of your sinners, but don't worry, this sinner is one of the few who can carry out most missions without much complaint. She is likely to make reasonable judgments, so it's a good idea to start conversations while looking her way if you're seeking sound advice. However, you mustn't forget this sinner has survived an absurd voyage in far and wide body of water. Her patience may run deep, but when you take the wrong turn with her, it will be a difficult task to regain her trust.
당신 덕택에 동강난 몸이 돌아왔다고 들었어요. 앞으로도 잘 부탁해요.
I heard you glued our bodies back together from pieces. Look forward to working with you. Oh, what a sentence. She gave a polite bow before returning to her seat. Although she emphasized sociality, she didn't feel like the most amicable sort.
미안하게 됐네. 나는 사회생활하고는 거리가 좀 멀어서.
Sorry to disappoint, because I don't care too much for fitting in.
히스클리프, 멋대로 부수고 깨부수는 일은 전문으로 하고 다녔지.
Name's Heathcliff. Used to be a professional wrecker for property and people alike. Bench. I thought I had a thought, and then it completely escaped me. This, oh gosh, that is a little hard to read there, buddy. This sinner prefers to take action rather than wait for logic to dictate his course. His thoughts and feelings are blatantly visible in his demeanor, and he has no intention of hiding them. His brashness may cause headaches or physical injury, leading to a headache in the process of forming a relationship. Please do note that this is not an indication of serious damage to the sinner's thought process. If his fit of rage persists, I cannot speak. Please contact Human Resources Department. Once you realize that he is the type that tends to be simple-minded, you will have an easier time handling him.
누가 시켜서가 아니라 거슬리는 것들에게 하고 다니긴 했지만.
I don't know anyone orders, mind you. I only do that to the buggers that got on my nerves.
당신도 조심하라고.
So you better watch it.
나는 윗사람이라고 거들먹거리는 사람한테 알레르기가 있거든.
I'm definitely allergic to cocky gappers who think it can boss me around. I'm really hoping it didn't just say some horrible slang word, because I don't actually recognize that word right there. I don't think I've done anything to give that impression yet.
드디어 이 몸의 차례인가?
Ah, here we go. I've been seeing you around quite a bit. Tis my turn to speak. I am Don Quixote. I'm assuming that's how it's pronounced. There is no sinner that can outmatch this one's level of passion if we were to measure it. An avid aficionada of all things fixer, she adorns herself with a variety of fixer-related merchandise. Apparently that's a thing. They won't affect your performance in combat one way or another, so there's no need you to restrict her from keeping her decorations. She's deeply immersed in the role of a righteous fixer, hence the exaggerated mannerisms akin to those of an actor. Has such a thing ever really existed? She's advised to play along with her for a smooth mission. Don Quixote. Okay.
그대와 함께 꿈을 향해 달려갈 해결사지. 잘 부탁하네.
I apologize for horribly butchering your name. I'm a fixer who sells sprint. With a dream side by side. A pleasure to have thee. Fixer? definitely feels like a term I used to know.
해결사 말인가? 내가 대답해줄 수 있네. 도시를 수호하는 자들이지.
Dost thou wish to know what it is? I can answer that question. Think of the protectors of the city.
아, 도시에 대해서도 제대로 기억하지 못하겠군. 도시는
Ah, perchance thou mayst struggle to remember the city. Tis...
나는 가벼운 인사를 나누라고 했던 것 같은데.
I believe this is for brief introductions.
두 번 말하게 하지 않았으면 좋겠어. 다음.
Don't make me say it twice. Next.
홍루라고 한답니다. 잘해보자고요, 우리.
I think I'm going to like you too. My name's Hong Lu. I hope we can get along well. A sinner who had lived an affluent life before becoming our company's asset. As such, he has certain admiration for a free life, but occasionally he may make ignorant or unsavory questions in regards to how the food cooked by a certain other sinner or other aspects of the low lives, lowly culture. This can cause significant irritation for the other sinners. However, it is important to note that no sarcastic undertones are contained in this curiosity-driven inquiries. It is ill-advised to let them get physical over it. Oh, I'm definitely going to like you.
우와, 당신 그 머리 근사한데요? 요새 유행하는 모델인가 보죠?
Wow, and look at you. Isn't that a fascinating head there? A popular models these days, I suppose. No, this isn't that
제
kind of...
취향은 아니지만.
It's not in my interest, though.
저건 무슨 말싸가지야?
What's wrong with your attitude? Heathcliff looked to be just moments away from swinging his bat. When he realized the red gaze laid on him, he grunted and sat back down.
요슈.
It's Ryushu. As I say, every person has their own creed, and it's only right to respect it as the executive manager. With some creeds, you will have difficulty in even simply pretending to sympathize. You will have noticed that the sinner in question is a silent chain smoker whose eyes shine with a euphoric gleam only during battle. She believes that senselessly destroying the enemy's heads is an uncultured act and a step backward for art. Caution. The sinner's background is one that even our company may have trouble handling. It is advised making her breed personal resentment towards you. Or it was advised against making her breed personal resentment towards you. I was like, why would I want her to hate me?
요르슈크.
Yours, nice to meet you. At what point was I supposed to laugh?
메르소, 그렇게 불러주시겠습니까?
Merisalt. Please refer to me as such. Wants clear and concise commands requiring no judgment on his part. Okay, fair enough, buddy. You're pretty polite.
특별한 것이 아닙니다. 그저 보통의 태도입니다.
This isn't anything special. I'm simply behaving normally. I'm almost touched. Merci.
네.
It felt as if something were gravely amiss with him, but I can't seem to pin it down exactly. The way she scanned me up and down was a little daunting.
저는
I felt almost compelled to bow to her, but she stopped me with the motion of her hand.
관리자님이 먼저 자세를 굽히려다니 당치도 않습니다.
Please, I would never make my manager grovel before me.
본인은 오티스라고 합니다. 이전에 실례했던 부분을 사과드리고 싶습니다.
My name is Otis. I'd like to apologize for my rudeness earlier. I again, another general feeling, I'm going to like you. Such is the best background character. Oh, poor guy. The sinner could serve as an excellent advisor depending on your capability. However, she also has a meddlesome tendency, so it's recommended to keep her satisfied with short replies of agreement. She's an expert when it comes to tactics and various pearls of wisdom about life, making her advice all the more valuable for your mission. In addition, she possesses a vast knowledge of workshop technologies. You can trust her with simple repairs of the bus. But notice, unlike other sinners, accessing records pertaining to the past of the sinner is not permitted. And warning, keep an eye on the sinner and be aware that she does not exercise her cunning intellect for purposes other than completing her company's mission. Just the right amount of seriousness and goofy. Oh gosh. Ruins. Okay, well, the thing I just dropped has disappeared into the ether. I guess that's fair, because probably shouldn't be messing with things. Ruinous?
이거 참 마음마저 이렇게 넓으실 줄이야.
He's gonna get arbiter identity online. Oh, please, your generosity is a humbling sight. I like, yet also am horrified of that look. That is terrifying, but also I like it.
역시 처음부터 저희를 이끄실 분이라는 걸 한눈에 알아봤습니다.
I know at first glance you have what it takes to lead us. Sorry?
인간의 대부분은 서로가 맞붙어 소음과 마찰을 이끌어내지만
Well, most humans cause noise and friction as a result of confrontation.
그중 소수는 맞붙는 것으로 서로에게 이득이 되는 경우가 있다고 합니다.
Some are able to reap mutual benefit coming head to head. I definitely am going to like you.
검을 날카롭게 벼리기 위해선 그만큼 강한 숫돌이 필요한 것처럼
It can be compared to a relationship between a blade and a whetstone.
누구보다 관리자님을 위해 헌신하겠습니다. 편히 써주시기를.
I vow to serve you with unrivaled devotion, Executive Manager. My blade is yours to wield. That's reassuring. Thanks. I gave her an approving nod, even though I still don't get what she meant by her rudeness.
아까 숲에서는 불쌍하게 나뒹군다고 말하더니 잘도 그런 말을 성대 밖으로 꺼낼 수 있네요.
I'm amazed at how you can sing such bold-faced high praise not too long after calling them a miserably breathing wretch. I think I see now.
제가 마지막이네요. 파우스트입니다.
Seems I am the last. Faust is the name. Well, Bergie's knocked. The sinner who developed the engine of Mephistopheles, the bus operated by Limbus Company. She claims that there is no one in the city who could rival her library of knowledge and wisdom, and she isn't necessarily wrong. You might find her high and mighty attitude when she allows you to converse with her displeasing, but seeing with how she treats everyone with subtle gestures of arrogance, there is no hope of her parting with it. I recommend simply nodding once and getting over it. Even though she has an unparalleled genius, we can't quite figure out how to use this one. Perhaps you can figure it out.
당신의 인생 중 한 번 만날까 말까한 천재죠.
The genius with whom you're lucky to cross paths with even once in your life.
납득하지 못한 듯한 반응이군요, 단테.
Sounds like you aren't convinced, Dante.
괜찮습니다. 경험을 통해 차차 이해할 수 있을 거예요.
Well, that's fine. You'll come to learn, all in due time. Learn what?
파우스트가 진귀한 천재였다는 사실을 말이에요.
But Faust is indeed a brilliant mind.
관측자가 깨닫지 못한다 하여 사실이 진실이 되는 일은 없으니까요.
When a proverbial tree falls, the fact of its sound cannot become truth when the outside observer fails to recognize it. Okay.
소개는 여기까지.
That's enough greetings.
단테, 당신의 직무를 알려드리죠.
Dante, let me explain your new occupation. You mean as the manager?
관리자를 말하는 거냐고 묻고 있어요.
They're asking if the job you're about to explain is that of a manager. Come to think of it, that red-eyed man couldn't hear me. Unlike the sinners.
맞습니다. 관리자 단테. 당신은 지금 소개받은 이 12의 수감자와 함께 지옥을 기행하게 될 것입니다.
That's correct, Executive Manager Dante. You will embark on a trip to the Inferno with the 12 sinners who've just introduced themselves. The Inferno? Why should I go to hell?
자신이 지옥으로 가야 하는 이유를 묻네요.
They're asking why they need to travel to the Inferno.
지옥의 끝에는 보물이 기다리고 있으니까 그렇게 말하면 되겠습니까?
How about this? Treasure awaits at the end of the road. Would that suffice? I mean, you mean I used to be a treasure hunter or something?
아예 알아듣질 못하는군요.
I can't seem to get you at all.
이해를 요구한 건 아닙니다, 단테. 의사를 물은 것도 아니죠.
I did not ask for your understanding, Dante. Nor was this a question of your willingness.
기억과 머리를 되찾고 싶다면 제 말을 들어야 할 겁니다.
You'll have to listen to me if you want to reclaim your memories and original head. I mean, I do want them back, but
미적거리네요.
they're hesitant.
파우스트 씨, 단테가 계속해서 거부하면 우린 어떻게 되는 거지?
Miss
거부할
Faust.
거란 예상은 없었잖아.
Miss Faust, what will we do if Dante keeps on refusing to cooperate? This was not a scenario we anticipated.
무슨 말씀을? 파우스트는 모든 것을 예상한답니다.
Faust anticipates every possibility.
단테, 모든 임무를 마치고 나면
Dante, when she completed all your missions,
당신은 성의를 새길 수 있을 거예요.
you'll be able to engrave the aspect.
제가 보증하죠.
I can promise you that. Aspect, a word that strikes my mind intensely. Even though my memories are gone, my underlying instincts are responding strongly to it. But my intuition, I made my choice.
보이죠? 고개를 끄덕이잖아요.
See there? They're nodding.
좋아, 계속 가면 되겠어.
Good, then we can continue.
그런데 카론, 아까부터 왜 출발을 안 하고 있지? 졸았나?
By the way, Kara, why isn't the bus moving? Were you dozing off?
버스 기사는 졸음 쉼터에서만 졸아, 베르.
Bus driver only snoozes at rest spots, Berg.
메피 앞에 이상한 놈들이 서성이고 있었어.
Weirdos were hanging around the front of Mephi.
카론, 말했잖아. 버스에 무슨 일이 생기면 곧바로 알려야 한다니까.
Told you, Kara. Anything happens with the bus, you've got to let me know right away. Mephi? Who's that?
메피스토펠레스. 이 버스의 이름이자 버스를 구동하는 엔진의 이름.
Mephistopheles. The name of this bus and the engine that runs it.
그리고 파우스트의 심혈을 기울인 역작이죠.
And Faust magnum opus cordis.
지옥을 순항하기에는 걸맞는 나룻배가 아닐 수 없지.
Ferryman. An ideal ferry boat to bear us across the inferno.
그렇게 생각하지 않습니까, 단테?
Would you agree, Dante? Wasn't sure what he's getting at, so I turned away to look through the window instead of giving him a reply.
보아하니 뒷골목에 기거하는 익숙한 쥐새끼들이군.
Looks like there's another pack of dirty rats living in the back streets.
마침 잘 됐습니다, 단테. 지휘를 연습하기는 더할 나위 없는 조건이군요.
This is just the right time, Dante. We should make perfect targets for practicing your command.
단테, 처음 전투에서는 생략한 부분이 많았어요.
Dante, I skipped over many details during our first battle. You don't say!
제대로 설명할 시간이 없었으니까요.
We were short on time after all.
하지만 그런 식으로만 전투가 이뤄지면 우리는 항상 도륙날 거고
However, we'll be slaughtered frequently if no improvements are made to your strategy.
당신은 우리를 살리기 위해 의미 없는 고통을 느껴야만 하겠죠.
And in turn, you'll have to endure senseless pain over and over again to revive us. Pain? Revive? I mean, what happened earlier was...
네, 당신이 시계를 돌려주었기에 우리는 살아나는 거랍니다.
Yes, we were brought back to life because you turned back the clock.
당장 필요한 설명은 아닌 듯합니다, 파우스트 씨.
I don't believe that much is necessary, Miss Faust.
자잘한 담소는 나중에. 너희들 전원 하차.
Save the chatter for later. Sinners off the bus.
전투에 대한 설명을 이어가죠.
Allow me to elaborate on combat. Here we go. In-depth tutorial? Mm-hmm.
앞장서시오.
따라가겠어요.
네.
내가 필요해?
최선을 다해볼게.
Okay, I guess I didn't exactly have a choice there.
끝났습니다.
This will have all the info you'd want. Okay. Do we get to roll soon? I hate to leave before we get our first roll. But I'm like, I don't want to go on for too long. Soon? Alright. I'm gonna enjoy the story, I swear. I just want to reach a point where we could, like, call it and not feel bad about leaving it in the middle of nowhere. All actions are dictated by a speed value. I'm assuming I need to go and, like, actually reach an account creation thing, huh? Choose a random number chosen from within a given range each turn. The positions of units are rearranged each turn according to their speeds. Those with lower speeds are placed at the front, making them easier targets. I was gonna say, am I going? Ooh. I don't know any of this.
좋아, 간다.
At the start of each turn, a skill slot will be added for a sinner that is yet to receive additional one. Okay. There is some part of this that is familiar to me. Oh, okay. Oh, I was releasing the mouse button. Okay. A clash occurs when two characters attack each other. Decide with higher power wins, removing one coin from the loser. If both sides still have coins, more clashes will occur until one side has lost all of its coins. The side that loses all their coins will have their attack skill cancelled. The winner will then attack with their remaining coins, gaining a damage bonus based on the total number of clashes. In a clash, the power of two opposing skills is compared, and the side with greater power wins. The gauge and text shown at the top predict your odds of winning. Oh, okay. Take it dominating is winning, not 100% 50%. Okay, so that doesn't change anything. No. I don't know what analytical eye is. Sure, let's go with that, I guess.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Oh, there's gonna be a lot of reading I need to do.
지금이 기회입니다. 당연한 결과죠.
The orb next to a character's health bar is an indicator of their sanity or SP. The other right of the units indicates their sanity. It has a range of -45 to +45. An odd range, but okay. Units with higher sanity have a higher chance of their coin flicks being beneficial. Being enemies boost sanity, while allied deaths will harm sanity. Enemy units at low sanity may fall into states of low morale or panic. Effects and status elements. Unit cannot act for this turn. When hit, flees battle after the attacker's skill is finished. So however, one of the effect icons is... Oh, okay. All our foes have fallen into panic. Now's a chance. Give us orders at your discretion. I see triple. Or we can do... I don't really know what the difference is. I take it there's still a lot more info.
아까보다는 쓸만해 보이는군요, 단테.
You're looking much more useful than before, Dante. They all got away, save for one, though. Shouldn't we go after them?
놓친 적을 걱정하네요.
They're worried over the foes we lost. We're gonna part 3 soon, of course.
걱정할 건 없습니다. 마침 가야 할 길이었으니. 카론.
No need for concern. That was the direction we were heading anyway, Karen.
발판을 꽂고 신나는 기분으로 달릴게.
Don't touch his metal. Up for an exciting ride. I like Karen. He's cute. Can I change this? Nope.
명령에 따를게요.
Say, can I see the other ones? Can I flip things around? Nope. I take it this is our part 3. Slower change of skills. I have much more to teach you. Okay. I clicked on the thing. Okay, I don't think either one matters. Blunt or blunt? I guess it doesn't matter. Vroom Vroom has no brakes. I'm going to simply assume, based on colors and symbols, what each of those mean. Skills have 2 major properties, their attack type and sin affinity. Their attack types are slash, pierce, and blunt, okay. Sin affinities are wrath, lust, sloth, gluttony, gloom, pride, and envy. Wrath, lust, sloth, gluttony, gloom, pride, and envy. Is gloom one of the 7 different deadly sins? I recognize all of those but gloom. I may just be stupid. Combined with resistances, attack types, and affinities determine the damage of skills. It's the hidden 8. Okay. Okay. This part here, you can check the attack type and sin affinity of the skills your sinners will use. You see the resistances and weaknesses of each unit. That is tiny, my guy. This hooligan is vulnerable to slash attacks. Okay.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Oh gosh, there is so much going on. You also have defensive skills at your disposal. Defensive skills only activate when a unit is subject to an unopposed attack, thus it's effective when being targeted by multiple foes. Normal battles like this one will mainly just use the 3 damage types. Okay. Unlike attack skills, defense skills need to be generated. Let's generate a guard skill first. Kind of suppress Gregor's portrait. Guard creates a shield with health equal to its power value. Shield will absorb incoming damage first. Guard multiple times in a single turn will have it activate against an equivalent number of attacks. Guard has been generated to do the same for a counter skill. Focus. Unlike other defense skills, counter has an affinity and will generate its corresponding sin resource. When using counter, the character will launch an unopposed attack after being hit. Using multiple counters in a single turn will increase the number of incoming attacks, but the unit will strike back. However, the unit cannot launch a counter while staggered. Understood. Unreality fights will use the affinities mainly. Makes sense, fair enough. So get hit, and then one-sided attack, essentially. Okay. And an evade. When using evade, the character will dodge if the evade's final power is greater than or equal to the oncoming attacks. The attack will hit with full force if the evade's power is lower, so be careful. Multiple evades in a single turn will increase the possible number of reuses. Okay. And now we bounce. I feel like I should do that because the affinity, but okay.
좋아, 간다.
폭의 거울은 깨졌어.
Really all just targeted her, huh? Game? You gonna talk about those, or? Oh, okay. Start turn self-applied attack power down. Skill final power -2 for this turn. I guess I should see. Who wants slash? Does that do slash? That doesn't do slash. 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 Unopposed. Colors changing are not the main thing to worry about? Okay.
행동을 개시합니다. 당연한 결과죠.
That's a lot of things. I see a lot of blue. We'll just go with that.
행동을 개시합니다.
폭의 거울은 깨졌어.
가라앉는군요.
Boy, there is a lot to learn, huh? I say that, and it sounds like it's a bad thing when I say that, but no, it's actually good. It just means that it'll take me a while.
잠시만요.
Give me a second.
뭐죠?
What is it?
저는 정체되지 않고 나아갈 수 있다는 말에 여기에 합류한 거예요.
I joined this company because I was told that I would be able to advance my career without slowing down.
그런데 지금은 쥐새끼도 아니고 계속 의미 없는 폭력만.
Right now, it's nothing but meaningless violence like we're rats or something.
의미가 없진 않소. 저들은 우리를 공격하는 악이지 않소.
I object to its meaninglessness. Those are evildoers who attacked us.
시끄러워요. 좀 조용히 좀 해봐요.
Please, just be quiet for a moment.
아무튼 이런 용역 폭력단 같은 행동만 명령할 거라면 다른 일을 하는 것도 고민해봐야 할 것 같아요.
Anyway, if all we're going to do is beat up people under orders like hired thugs, I'll have to consider changing jobs sooner or later.
입사 계약서를 제대로 안 읽으셨나요?
Haven't you read your contract?
퇴사는 허용될 수 없답니다.
Resignation is not permitted.
계약하면서 말한 이야기가 거짓말이라도 그 계약이 효력이 있을 거라 생각하는 건가요?
Do you think the contract has any sway if it's based on lies?
당연히 효력이 있죠.
Of course it does.
애초에 거짓말은 없었으니까.
There are no lies on it.
네?
설마 제가 메피스토 팰레스를 그저 운송만 하는 버스로 만들었을 것 같았나요?
You didn't think Mephistopheles was built to be a mere means of transportation, did you?
루피는 항상 배고프다. 그래서 울어.
Mephi is always hungry. It keeps crying. The bus gets hungry.
엔진이 연료를 섭취할 때 생기는 부산물.
When the engine ingests fuel, it yields a byproduct.
여러분은 그걸 통해 강해질 수 있어요.
Using that, you can grow more powerful.
이상 씨는 잘 알고 계시겠죠? 거울 속에서 모든 가능성을 끄집어낸다면
Richard Yu Song knows as well. When all possibilities are drawn from the mirror,
성장 또한 제약이 없어.
there's no limit to one's growth.
거울 속에 나는 나인가 아니면 또 다른 누구인가.
Is the self in the mirror my reflection or another being entirely? Possibilities? You draw... what, exactly? I take it now we are about to go... Yep. Gotcha, demo time. Extract 1. Go ahead. Oh.
누구보다 신속하게 그들에게 침묵을 안겨드리죠.
Oh, you're part of the she. Okay. Should I do this or should I call it here for now? I'm not fully sure how this works yet. That one is the last one for the tutorial? Okay, so we'll do that and then we'll go ahead and call it. Can I... Nope. Ah. Rather short? Okay.
하라고? 나? 뭐 최선은 다해보겠다만.
그렇군요. 이런 걸 의미했던 건가요?
Okay, so you were the guaranteed poll. So that's, yeah, it truly is just the demo gotcha. And then now get to the real gotcha. I see, this is what this was about.
너무 마음이 급할 필요는 없어요, 이스마엘. 버스가 향하면 자연히.
There's no need to get impatient, Ismail. As the bus goes onward, you'll naturally...
자연히 시정잡배 같은 일보다 중요한 걸 맡게 될 거야.
You'll naturally take on more important tasks than beating the life out of random crooks.
목표에 도달하는 게 마음을 재촉하고 있겠지만
I know you're eager to achieve your goals, but do try to have patience.
거울 세계에 있는 우리들의 모든 가능성 중 하나를 끄집어내는 거니까 기억이 조금 더 쉬워졌을 거예요.
Since this works by whisking out one of our limitless possibilities from the mirrored world, it'll have overwritten a part of our memories.
곧 익숙해질 거예요.
You'll get used to it in no time.
뭐야? 그거 좀 위험해 보이는데?
Whoa, hang on. That sounds a bit dangerous, don't it?
이러다가 내가 아니게 되는 거 아니야?
What if I'm no longer my old self by the end?
여러분은 테세우스의 배가 아니에요.
Don't mistake yourselves for the ship of Theseus.
인격과 기억을 빌리기는 하겠지만 주도권을 잃도록 설계되어 있지는 않아요.
While it's true that you borrow the identities and memories, the system is designed to ensure that you don't lose control of your own existence.
거울에 비추는 나는 사뭇 다를 수 있으나 거울 밖을 벗어나면 거울 속의 형체 또한 잃기에.
Different though your reflection may be, it is bound to vanish once you walk away from the mirror.
저희가 어떻게 성장할지는 단테 씨에게 달렸어요.
How our capability grows ultimately depends on you, manager, don't they?
거울 세계의 다양한 가능성을 가장 효과적인 타이밍에 더 씌우는 일을 하실 테니.
It is up to you to place the most effective figment of possibility on us at the right times.
메타몰프시스를 말하는 건가?
I believe that's what you call a metamorphosis.
네, 일종의 탈퇴이자 변신이라 할 수 있죠.
Yes, I suppose you could say that it's a form of transformation.
어머? 그런 어려운 단어는 어디서 알았대?
Really? Where'd you learn big words like that?
주워들었다. 이 사람 저 사람 많이 만나봐야 하는 일을 했었거든.
I picked it up. My prior profession required meeting people with various occupations.
변신이라.
One look, huh?
담소는 끝났나?
Done chatting.
일단 길부터 뚫자고. 어차피 지겨울 정도로 붙어 있을 테니 못단 말은 나중에.
Let's make way first. I'll spend more time together than you would ever ask for, so keep that combo for later. Alright, here we go. Each character has a skill set. This is the list from which the skills they drop. I read character to open the info tab. Ah, there we go. Each center you control has their own group of skills. A number of them from those skill sets will be randomly selected and then placed on a dashboard. Skills are treated as discarded from the set. They will not reappear until every other skill in the skill set has been used, thus refilling it. Additionally, attack skills have an offense level. In clashes, the differences in offense levels may affect the outcome. That should cover the basics of your senior skills. Now give them orders. Alright then. So what's the difference between these two? There is no difference. Noted.
금방 다녀올게.
Besides skill, you sinners have passive abilities. Sinners in battle have their combat passives active. Sinners who are not directly participating in battle will provide aid with support passives. Put theory into practice. Activate the passive by chaining 2 pride skills. Pride? I don't know what pride is. Deep blue, okay. This portion indicates what passives are active. The 10% extra damage just unit against units with side effects. Okay, I can read. I swear.
폭의 거울은 깨졌어.
완전한 침묵.
The pride encounter comes in multiple waves. To help with this, your sinners possess powerful skills called Ego, manifested by resonating with their emotions. To use Ego, you need affinity-based resources. You can view the resources you currently have stockpiled here on the right. This is your first time trying your hand at Ego. I've collected the necessary resources for you. This is a special power, so you'll need to gather them from yourself from now on. Oh, and I see down here, I believe that's Sanity. Okay, so it's good that I can see the numbers and stuff. Okay. Figuring out more things as we go along. Sinners who can currently use Ego will be highlighted. Ego skills must be generated on the dashboard, much like defensive skills. Please press and hold here. Olive, Yod, A. That's a final character, isn't it? I can't think of that character. Oh gosh. Which character is that? Oh gosh, I feel like an idiot. Okay. See, the Ego you want to use, it can also be used to cancel the ones you've generated. Okay. Ego is a powerful equipment that manifests by resonating with your sinner's emotions. To use an Ego skill, you need affinity-based resources. Whenever you use an attack skill, you'll gain a resource matching in affinity. On top of acquiring affinity-based resources, Ego takes a toll on Sinner's sanity. Below sanity, Sinner might suffer from Ego corrosion. Sinners corroded by Ego will ignore your commands, so be sure that your Sinners are in good mental health. After using an Ego skill, its passive ability will activate on the next turn and will further empower the Sinner for the rest of the battle. Make good use of the variety of passives the Ego has to offer. What, so did I activate it? Let's see. And then that's Ego, so. Probably should have looked at what it does. Next skills can be created as single target or multi-target, the latter called AoE. The Ego that's about to be in play has an AoE. Targets of AoE are divided into two categories, main and sub. Clashes with AoE skills can only occur from the chosen main target. If an AoE skill loses its clash, the clash will be cancelled for every target, and sub targets are determined by the targeting range of the skill. Oh geez. AoE skills target enemy skill slots. Each AoE skill has a set number of targets, and each slot has a target capacity which can take up multiple targets from an AoE skill. In regular combat, an enemy is only attacked once by an AoE skill, even if the unit is taking up multiple targets. Against abnormalities, the slots in the body parts are only attacked once, even if said slots are taking up multiple targets. Okay.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
I got a general feeling I'm going to need to read some of these again.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Oh, looks sick. Balancing EO will be an important part of your strategy. Proceed, allow me to introduce to you a useful feature. You know that the game chain skills for you. Chains will be automatically chosen depending on what button you press. Damage and win rate auto-chaining. Win rate picks skills that are most likely to win clashes. Damage, as the name implies, picks skills that can hurt your enemies the most. Auto-chaining is only available on stages where you clear the EX conditions. Note that auto-chains are not necessarily the guaranteed optimal solution. Okay, so I take it that's like the auto-deploy in Arknights? Not that really changes much, huh?
좋아, 간다. 오, 생각보다 잘 들어갔네.
Oh, so that's what it means by heads hit. It's if you flip and get heads. Like the rupture, okay.
침묵.
Okay. I'm picking up bits and pieces.
길이 열렸어. 하지만 베르, 메피가 달리기만 했어도 길은 뚫렸을 거야.
Sounds clear. However, Peppy could have run over them just fine. Huh? What did I fight for then? Sensing a rattling agitation in my gestures, Virgilius stepped in. As you can tell, you can only do some big numbers, indeed.
진정하시죠, 단테.
Calm yourself, Dante.
걸음마도 떼지 못한 아이에게 달리기를 시킬 순 없지 않겠습니까?
It's not right to ask a toddler to run when it's yet to take its first steps.
걸어볼 기회가 있다면 직접 걷고 나서 달리셔야죠.
You need every opportunity to try and walk before you're made to run.
그리고 단테.
Furthermore, Dante.
당신은 관리자. 저들의 관리를 하는 게 업무입니다.
As the manager, it's your job to manage your staff.
나는 길잡이. 어디를 가고 어떻게 개척할지는 내가 판단합니다.
I am the guide. I decide where we go and how we arrive there.
알겠습니까?
Do you get it?
토달지 말라고.
Don't argue with me. I suppose I'm not questioning a stranger who can't even hear me.
찌깍거리긴 하는데 뭐라고 하는 거지, 파우스트 씨?
I'm ticking, so what did they say, Miss Faust?
별말 없었습니다.
Nothing much.
긍정을 성대하기도 하는군. 앞으로는 고개만 끄덕여도 좋습니다, 단테.
Some verbose agreement that was. But none should be enough to let me know that you approve, Dante.
그럼 메피, 출발하자. 야호.
It's adorable. Now, Biffy, off we go. Woohoo.
카론, 기분이 어때?
How are you feeling, Charon?
매우 신나. 날아갈 것 같습니다, 카론.
Extreme excitement. About to walk on air, reports Charon.
좋아.
Good. So, where are we going?
베르길리우스, 그가 목적지를 묻습니다.
Virgilius, I'd like to know the destination.
말했던 것 같습니다만, 단테.
I believe I told you that already, Dante. But just... where are we going? With his sigh, the bus shuddered and started to rumble forward.
출발할게. 부릉부릉.
지옥으로 출발하지.
Current announcer is a paid battle pass award last year. Oh man, that is enticing. I mean, oh yeah, so far everything I've heard is amazing, and I can only imagine it gets better. Question, is there a name for this song? Do we know the name? Just before chapter 3? In hell we live lament. Sounds good. Here we go. Face the sin. Save the ego. It's Millie again. Oh, heck yeah. Battle Pass is unlocked. So... I can do my first polls now, right? Check settings. Okay. Wait, hold on.
하루가 저물어 가는 동안 나는 그저 서 있을 뿐이었어.
Pick the mailbox first. Ah, okay. Wait. Gosh, I have no idea what I'm doing. Ah, pre-registration rules. Okay, I just want to see. Okay, receive all. Thank you.
나는 유려하면서도 비범하게 심장을 베는 법.
I didn't get to read that. Blade lineage. Hey. Nice. This is the... Oh. Boogie. Cool. I don't know what I'm doing.
일단 불러
나라
저한테
나중에 집에 어느
Oh, so it's
순간
literally just... Okay, okay,
나는
okay.
그저 달리는 걸 멈췄고 스스로를 이 버스에 유폐시켰어.
It is indeed fun to mess with the menu. Okay. Now we're good? Did I cover everything? Check settings? Auto coin toss, show skill tools. Ah, yes. Yeah, in case you didn't know, in case it wasn't obvious by like the expanded texture that was showing up on screen, I was playing in a very low resolution. There we go. 1920 by 1080. And it's full screen, please. Sure, we'll sit at 30 right now. Oh, that is so much better. Oh, look at how nice that is. Was there anything else I need to do? I'll do that later. Yeah, I'll do merge stuff later so I can sync it with my phone. I don't need to do that on stream. I want to dox myself. First, we gotcha. That's not the right one. Oh, that's just a pay to avoid gotcha. Merge is down? Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. Here we go. It's the welcome one, right? I'm assuming. 3 identities are assured in 20 extractions. So we can... Are we just gonna... We just want to fully do this? Just 10, 10? We just want to do that right here, right now? 10, 10? Yep. Alright, let's do it. Hold on. Let's see what the probabilities are first. I always want to see this. In compliance with the voluntary restraint guidelines and Korea Association of Game Industry, deal rates for chance-based items are disclosed here. What? Very nice. Streamer luck? Streamer luck is going to be that I get pity. It's going to be the last 3 that I get. Rates for 1 extraction are as follows. In 10 extractions, at least 1 identity with rarity of 2 stars or higher will be extracted. So it's 1.3 for ego, 2.9 for 3-star. That's all I care about. 10th extraction is that. Oh geez, and there's individual ones for each and every one of those. Okay, cool. And all the other stuff I can read in detail later. Push the button. I see a go.
거슬리는 게 있다면 난 그림자조차 베어버려.
The 2 of them? Yoshu. I don't know what... Okay, I don't know why there's 2 of them there. Lucky first. Very nice, very nice. Maybe streamer luck is real. Can I just push this? Cool.
명령하시는 건 다 따를 수 있어요. 복종까지 바라면
그렇구나.
곤란하지만
공평하게 죽음을.
More she.
아무튼 다 박살 내러 왔다.
Okay, so I guess the zeros are like the defaults. And yes, I would indeed like to extract again. Alrighty then. Let's see what we got.
복을 구하고 싶다면 정성을 들여 빌어보시오.
Wait, again? Are you telling me that's not guaranteed? Go! Wishing Cairn. Wishing Cairn? Cairn? I forgot that. Tet. But really, is it not guaranteed that you get an ego or a 3-star? Is it really not guaranteed? You're just guaranteed the 3?
파우스트예요. 잘 부탁드려요.
Lobotomy Corporation Remnant. Heck yeah. The ego is definitely not guaranteed. Alrighty then. Well, I guess streamer luck is real. So that's focus banner. General banner. So let's see, let's take a look at this. No, those are the same odds. Huh. Yeah, no, that's all the same odds. Guaranteed 1 3-star and 3 for sure identities. Huh. Oh, okay then. Wait, so what, I guess I must have missed where it said pity. Oh, whatever. Yeah, there we go. That's what we got. So you, Blade Lineage, and our Tet, switching Cairn. You now have Bottom and Corp Remnant. Oh wait, no, that's not a Tet. Wait, hold on, what is that? Can I don't know how to... Okay. That's a Tet. Wait, that should be Iron, right? Or Zion. That is Zion. Okay, so it has just the wrong thing. Olive. Hey, Tet. No, this one's Tet, and then this one's Zion. Okay. That's gonna be a little bit confusing. That's gonna confuse my brain. There we go. There we go. There's our friendly little team. Zion, Tet, Hay, Evav, and Aleph. With Zion being the lowest tier, the safest, least aggressive, and Aleph being the most aggressive, right? Most dangerous. Well, I guess we have the core of our team for a little while. And of course, it's 2 of the characters that I said I was actually probably going to like, so that's pretty neat. Nice. I'm pretty happy with that. I guess I can say this now. Got a bleeding team going, oh boy. I guess, yeah, given like the even just where they come from, not even looking at skills, yeah, I guess I can assume that. Slash heavy too. Well, I mean, we have Zuram Kurokumo. You're from you're from Shi, Blade Lineage, Kurokumo. Yeah, no, that is definitely a lot of slash. When I was hoping, like, for my draws, I was like, okay, if we get anybody who's going to be like the key big player, I want it to be you, or you. Those were my like big 4. As for the 5th one, I was like, I don't really know, but those were like my big 4. I do eventually want to get one for you. I am very interested. Yeah, there we go. There's our polls. Dreamer luck is indeed real. I still got a 10 pull? Oh, I still got a 10 pull, yeah. Did we do the 10 pull right now? You got the 3 Ishmaels. Oh, dang. Standard banner if you want to try for Otis. I guess that's true, yeah. Should we try it? Yay or nay? I mean, regardless, yes, we'll do it and then we'll end, or no, we'll just end here. How long does this banner last? To the 8th of March, okay. Gotcha is always the answer. All right, we'll do one more. We'll do one more 10 pull. Got reindeer team, Glock, and then she. Nice. Definitely didn't accidentally read that as sheesh. right, here we go. Let's see what we got. Nope, not 3 stars.
신속하게 처리해드리도록 하죠.
All right. Lobotomy or warp? Quick note, I am listening. Hold to figure out details? Okay. Ah, there we go. So 1 coin. I take it that's number of hits? Up T? So 1 head's hit inflicts rupture. Ineffective, normal, and fatal. Gain poise, gain haste. The swords you've been getting at the gotcha, the main thing you'll be getting in farming. Okay. Wait, is this even like lore or something? Oh! Normal, ineffective, and fatal, okay. Energy cycle, gain charge. Gain charge, spend 3 to get 4 to do bind. Alright, so you can still build them up like they are and times 2 mean how many are in their rotation? Oh, so there's 3 soul strikes. There's 2 deep cuts. Okay. Oh wait, I'm assuming I can click on this and it'll resistances, max HP, speed range, and defense stats. Identity story, switch artwork, full view, entity, how many copies, number of coins, attack type. I'm going to have to memorize that in fast. These for both promotions and getting identities and egos for free. Okay, I did see there was a thing called like dispense, and it seemed like it was kind of like a pity sort of thing. Or a secondary pity. A spark. There you go, that's what it's called, sparking, right? Base power level of the skill, coins power value, and how it affects the calculations here. There are plus, minus, and multiply coins. Difference in attack skills offense level. And the target's defense can greatly affect the damage dealt. Offense level growth rate. The offense level increases in proportion to the identity's level. I want specific equations, which I get the general feeling we'll find out soon enough, but, you know. Skills may have effects that activate when stated when conditions are met. Coins may also have effects that activate when stated conditions are met. Coin effects won't activate if the coin fails to check. Okay. 2 plus 6. Oh gosh, see, like, I'm already confused. Okay, I'll have to just, like, read up a bunch of this later. I won't bore you all with that while I'm reading it here. But, I think for now...
하루가 저물어가는 동안 나는 그저 어느 순간 나는
수감자들별
그럴 듯
그대는 과거로
Okay,
돌아가는
I'm gonna stop messing with this. How do I...
미래를 물러가게 하는 법을 알아낸 것이오.
Alright. Change the art there. Okay. I'll mess around with that a bit later, I think. But for now... I think we'll go ahead and wrap it up. You'll add me next time? Okay, perfect. I know there's still a lot that I probably need to do to start it up, but... We've gone roughly 2 hours longer than I thought we would. And... I'm gonna feel this technically today. So, I think it's probably a good time to go ahead and wrap it up. How are you feeling right now? I am feeling great. That way you can use my HYL with their Glock. I love these sentences. These sentences are amazing. Okay, I am feeling absolutely great. And I'm sure it will set in a little bit tomorrow when we boot this back up again, and I'm like, it's here. Like, that's crazy, it's here. But yeah, I think for now we'll go ahead and wrap it up here. This is, I think, by far the longest stream I have ever done. That's fine, man. I was excited. I'm willing to pay the consequences for that. Yeah, thank you everyone for coming out. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for witnessing the end of Library of Ruina. It won't be the total end, of course. Like you said, there's bods. I think we'll go and explore those eventually, but for now, we've got to wrap it up here and introduce ourselves to some other Project Moon titles. Catch you on the flip side? Yeah, see you on the flip side. Thanks for coming out, I appreciate it. To anyone who may be watching this, feel free to leave a follow. It's a nice and easy way to say, hey, I like what you're doing, keep up the good work. It is also a nice and easy way to get notifications. So if you want to catch more of what I do, I send out notifications through Twitch and Twitter right as I go live for every stream, so you won't have to worry about missing a thing. And if you're interested in checking out some of my past content, feel free to check out my YouTube channel. It's where I upload all of my VODs and the occasional YouTube short or long-form video. I have made it a goal this year to upload at least one non-VOD video per month, so that means at least once per month you'll see a YouTube short highlighting little bits of streams, or a long-form video for stuff that maybe I don't normally do on stream. So if you're interested in holding me to my word, checking out what I create, or like I said before, checking out some of my past content, please feel free to check out that YouTube channel. Regardless of how you choose to show your support though, it all means a lot to me, and I greatly appreciate it, and I hope you all have a wonderful day, night, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is to be wherever you are. And I hope to see you all again later. Thanks for coming and hanging out.